Okay, but I need to go sit down.
I'm good.
You know, all of these are regular meeting.
No, all these people ain't, I don't know where y'all got these folks from, cause
Well,
these,
some of them is for the proclamation.
oh, okay, okay, I was like, I know good well.
So I'll.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I need the proclamation. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, we need it to be put together too.
How are you?
Come here, sir.
Oh, Lord. What's wrong with us?
You can look at it.
There ain't no.
Oh, stop, don't. What's wrong?
Can we just sign it? Go ahead.
What is this?
You really gotta look,
Don't.
take care of your health.
Okay.
You can't pay
Yeah,
for it here.
no. I ain't gonna ask how you doing no more. Oh, you need a hug?
Everybody needs to go from this one.
What's the name? Can you get it started?
We're gonna start.
To order. This is our July 17th work session, 6 o'clock meeting. May we have the roll call, please?
Good evening. Roll call for July the 17th work session. Mayor Butler,
She's present.
Councilmember James,
Present.
Councilmember Anton.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Good evening, President.
Councilmember Wells,
She's present.
Councilmember Mears.
Here.
Mayor and council, you have a quorum.
All right, we're gonna amend the agenda because we have one of our guests that will have to leave. So Mr. Clark, I believe,
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
We'd like to amend under presentation item number 2 on the regular session agenda. We'd like council to entertain a motion to move item number 2, proclamation and recognition of Muslim Heritage Month, to the work session agenda enumerated as number 1.
So move.
I second that.
All in favor?
Uh,
All right. So I believe Madam Mayor has the proclamation. Okay.
Just as a brief overview, Councilwoman James, Muslim American Heritage Month celebrates the contributions of Americans of Muslim heritage to the United States from its founding through the present. The National Month's observance spotlights Muslims embracing freedom to pursue the American dream and celebrates Muslim contributions to American society. Forest Park has significant number of Muslims, and such proclamation will continue to ensure that Forest Park is inclusive and also a diverse city. Across the state, 25 other municipalities are expected to present this proclamation with regards to Muslim American Heritage Month. And further, council members, what we'd like to share with you is that House Bill 360, which is currently a bipartisan bill, is moving through the House Special Rules Committee, and we're looking forward to that actual bill passing. Representatives from our Muslim society right here in Forest Park are joined with us tonight for this historic moment. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I believe we have the proclamation.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm hoping. Give me one moment.
Proclamation is as follows. As the city of Forest Park takes various and policies that are cultivated in this life. Yeah. And when I community of the Muslim faith throughout the state continue to share the good for the neighborhood. Helping to set fine examples of what it means to develop a model in public safety. Now therefore, you can be a force or here on the rest of Muslim American.
One thing I asked him, remember in your breath. He's the future of Loggington, right? Okay. Oh, I forgot my signature.
All right, item number. Presentation from the Executive Director of the Clayton County Housing Authority as a general introduction to the community and to provide a general overview of the Housing Authority. Mr. Mandela? Is he with us? Okay, not seeing him, we'll go to the next item, which is a presentation regarding Rebound, getting employees back on the job faster. Background and history. When public safety employees get injured, their absence has a profound impact on a department's morale, budget, and staffing. Rebound uses the principles of sports medicine to quickly bring your valuable team members back to the field. And so is Marcus, the account executive from Rebound, present with us? Okay, you have the floor, sir. Oh, Chief Clemens, okay.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. I
evening.
would like to introduce Marcus Laurinaitis and Dr. Byron Kennedy. That's going to do a presentation on Rebound, getting employees back to full duty after injury.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, it's, Chief, I just got to tell you, it's an honor to be in your presence and have you as part of this initiative. Thank you for your service and thank you for your leadership, not only at Forest Park, but also in Women in Fire. We're really proud of what you do. And with me today is Byron Kennedy. I should call him Dr. Byron Kennedy. He's a retired fire chief from Atlanta Fire Rescue. And we're really privileged and honored to have him as part of our Ready Rebound team as well. What I'm going to talk about today is what I got a chance to meet with Chief Clemens' team about a month and a half ago. And when I was talking with the team, we learned a lot of things that are kind of happening throughout our country. Staffing shortages, right? Retaining staff, right? Especially good employees. Backfill overtime costs when you get injured, health and safety and health and wellness of your members, of your families, of your communities, right? So as we were talking through all this, we kind of realized that Ready Rebound, that we kind of touched on some of these aspects throughout our tenure with these departments. And we kind of get help alleviate some of these pain points. People ask me, what does Ready Rebound do? The way I explain it is we took the sports medicine approach of injury recovery and we applied it to first responders. And people go, well, what's the sports medicine approach? We see it every weekend. Watching your dogs, watching the Hawks, watching the Falcons, watching Georgia Tech. When an athlete gets hurt, what happens? The specialist is running out on the field and triaging that injury, kind of finding out what the problem is. If imaging is required, we're going in the tunnel or the locker room to find out what's happening. So the Kirby knows, is my player out for the series or is he out for the game? And what people don't realize is that these athletes, both pro and college, have somebody that's walking through the entire process of healing, right? Making sure you're going to your appointments, making sure you're doing this, making sure you're doing that. So we took that same sports medicine approach of injury recovery and we applied it to first responders. How do we do this? Well, let's face it. If you look at the healthcare system today, it's kind of broken. Even for a civilian like myself, when I go get hurt, either got to go to a PT in urgent care, I go see somebody, wait a couple of weeks, take some Tylenol, come back. At some point, you kind of realize you need some type of imaging or some really direct care. You might be a month down the road. If you're going to go see one of the good orthos in the area, good luck, because the best knee surgeon in the area is a couple months behind, right? So we took that. So what we did is we took that same sports medicine approach. We got all the providers in this area. And what we did is we built a network in the Atlanta area right now. And that we leverage our relationships around the country with the specialists in your area to help expedite that care. So during our traditional model, it just delays, delay after delay after delay. We did it Ready Rebound. We wanted to keep it simple. Your men and women get an 800 number when they get injured. I'm talking about fire, police, public works, on duty, off duty, retirees, veterans, it doesn't matter. Whoever works for your entire city, the City Health and Wellness Initiative, right? Call an 800 number. That 800 number is answered 24/7, 365 by a person, not an answering service. It's going to be triage. We're going to find out what's the injury, on duty, off duty. Where do you live? We're going to find out all this information. There's paperwork with the departments. You fill out your paperwork. We need to learn your department and work side by side with your people to kind of find out what's happening. At that point, we're going to find the best specialist in the area for that injury. We're going to call up that specialist, make an appointment, call your member back and say, hey, can you see Dr. Johnson tomorrow at 1 o'clock? If the answer is yes, you're in our system. At that point, you're going to get assigned a personal advocate, and that advocate's going to follow you on a weekly basis to make sure you're going to PT, your MRI is approved, you got to go to your doctor's appointment, your car's broken down. We're going to send an Uber. They're going to make sure that you're just going to concentrate on healing all the way through. We're finding on average that we're saving anywhere from 12 to 14 weeks of recovery time. What does that mean to your city? Your men and women are getting back to the things they love doing. What does that mean for your departments? You're saving backfill overtime costs, right? Everything I spoke of, that ease of access, that immediate access to top tier quality professionals in this area, and that true concierge hand-holding services is available to, like I said, everyone from the council members here, all the way to the librarian, all your family members, your retirees, with two differences. Off-duty injuries, we have to follow their major medical. So if Blue Cross Blue Shield says I got to wait 10 days for an MRI, well, you know what? I got to wait 10 days, but on that 10th day, the advocates can be reaching out, setting that appointment and getting you through. We're finding on average, we're seeing 2 to 3 times more off-duty injuries and family members than we are actually on-duty injuries. It's really a true health and wellness initiative for the entire city. We're really proud to offer this. And with the robust provider network, like I said, in this area, it's that we're actually have a tremendous advantage here, just in this area. I'm really happy to say the city of Decatur already asked for a contract. So Chief Washington's got a contract. Rockdale County asked for a contract. We just sent them a contract. So we feel that this area is going to be very robust. We're going to grow this area. We really would love Forest Park and the city of Forest Park to be part of this initiative because we feel we really can make a difference and we really can make an impact. So thank you very much. I mean, I'll answer any questions. If not, you have my contact information. Please feel free to reach out. You can reach out to the chief as well. And I really just thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments? Councilwoman James? Councilman
Sounds
Antoine?
good.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Oh, this is exciting. Thank you so much for bringing this initiative, Chief, to our people here.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, I was listening. I know I always say it's rude when we're not looking at you when you're speaking, but I was definitely listening. So I apologize for that. And thank you, Chief, for bringing him. I think that's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Councilman Mears?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Fellow athlete, I'm excited for this.
Let me give it to Samaria.
That's your last get up. Like, you don't get it.
We don't need to do that.
Okay, so for this item, I wanted to come down and speak to the council directly. And so this item is a council consideration of request to reconsider previous vote on redistricting. Background and history. The mayor has proposed that the city council reconsider its vote from last week's special call meeting regarding redistricting the city's wards in order to balance their populations. The city manager and city attorney have previously recommended that the ward populations be balanced in order to assure that each resident's vote counts equally to every other resident's vote. The vote to approve the revised districts fell by 3 votes against and 2 votes in favor. In order for the reconsideration, vote must be duly considered. Only one of the 3 who voted against the matter may make the motion to reconsider. So in essence, I'm speaking to Councilwoman James, Councilman Antoine, and Councilman Mears. So after our special call meeting, well, prior to our special call meeting, I was in the mindset of the timing of it all. And I think one thing that we all can agree on is that the timing is horrible. Absolutely horrible. But sans our emotions and our feelings, we do have an obligation that when something is brought to our attention, that we do address it appropriately. And I do find that while some of this is teetering on personnel matters and our city attorney, I got to be very careful as to what I say. But I will say that as our city attorney and as our directors, as Councilwoman James would say, who are our subject matter experts, they do have an obligation to bring things to us in a sufficient time frame. So for us to be at this juncture speaks to the mediocrity that we have been receiving. And because we're going to continue it in executive session, I will refrain from additional comments, but just know that if the city manager and the council is okay with mediocrity, then my words may be mute, but just know that I'm not. But in addition to that, at the bedmark of any democracy is our right to vote. And I do believe that it is our obligation to ensure that we are having our elections that are free and clear of any constitutional ambiguity that may be before us. And so when it comes down to the regular session and it comes up again, I am really going to ask Councilwoman James, Councilman Antoine, and Councilman Mears to really reconsider this act, because time is truly of the essence. And the longer we wait, the longer and the prolonged effect that this just disenfranchisement can have on our residents, which I think will do us all a disservice. Thank you. Oh, but questions or comments? Councilwoman James.
Madam Mayor, I do appreciate you coming forth in this, but I'll speak for myself personally.
I'll ask.
I will not be in favor of redistricting simply because the qualifying is next month, maybe 3 weeks away or so. And although I do agree that we do have to redo the lines, but as you said, the timing right now is not a good time.
Yes, and let me just address that really quick, because I asked Mr. Clark over the weekend to prepare a postcard, if you will. And so that the city could be prepared to mail every week, if we have to those voters that are impacted by this redistricting, to ensure that they are aware that this is occurring and that they have been impacted. I know the elections department will do their part as well, but I don't want to solely rely on them, because right now the onus is on us. Councilman Antoine.
So why can't we do it later?
Why would you want to when we can act now?
I mean, in terms of the people, I mean, doing the right thing at the wrong time is always not the right thing. So I'm trying to figure out if the elections qualifying is next month, is that fair to the residents that probably might not be aware of this because we're rushing?
So what's
Trying to make
not
sense of this.
fair to the residents is that this has been neglected on behalf of the city. Now, keep in mind, this is something that has come up at one point or another in our conversations. Even after the census had taken place, we knew this was going to be upon us. Now, our former city manager is not here to speak for himself, but for one reason or another, it was not brought to us. That's why I do bear some onus on our city attorney, because he too knew that this matter needed to come before us. And it wasn't until Mr. Clark got into this seat that he understood the magnitude of what we had neglected, that we're in this predicament where we are now. And so I'm asking you essentially to be more proactive than we have been in taking this approach of passing it. Councilman Gutierrez.
wasn't done.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Antoine.
No, you go.
I'm sorry.
You good? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I voted for it, so I don't know what you want to hear from me, but I'm in agreement, but something that really woke me up with, like, I guess not woke me up, but just made me think about it was, knowing that it is the right thing to do, even though I do share Councilwoman James' sentiment of it being the wrong time. The margin of votes is so small that I think I would just want everything to be the right way. I won by 7 votes my election. I think Councilman DeBooz was like 3. So it all the votes make a difference, and I don't want to be looked at as a municipality that just didn't do the right thing at the right time. And I share your sentiment also with just not knowing of this. I wish this was brought up before.
So let me just say, we all know that the timing is horrible. We all know, I think that's one thing that we can all unanimously agree on. But to know and still not do anything, I think is a disservice to our positions as elected officials. Councilwoman Wells?
You said it all. I didn't understand why it wasn't voted on, because it's just like we're asking for a lawsuit. If you know it's wrong, it has nothing to do with time and fix it. Why would we prolong it? So yeah, I agree. And I'm one of the ones that will be impacted. Some people aren't, and I'm not worried about it. I do know that some of the residents in my ward have an issue with it. I know some in others' ward are ready for a change and want to go to other wards. So, I hate it's bittersweet, but at the end of the day, if it has to be done, one thing I would like to know, and I don't know if we had a time for it, to just discuss the actual lines, the streets, because it just don't look right. I know somebody said we was going to get a list of the actual streets, but other than that, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with what you said.
Councilman Mears?
I feel like this has to be done also, but I'm gonna hold my position right now where it's at to later on after the election, maybe when the next election comes for the next 3 candidates. That'll give us plenty of time to get it worked out. It's just too much too quick, and I think we just need to leave where it is right now.
I'm going to ask our city attorney to chime in.
Ma'am.
Oh, Mike.
So the recommendation that I've always had and I've had for a while now is that once the census data was in, that we would go ahead and balance the wards. As you saw from the report last week, the ward, the highest deviation is 7%. The lowest is -7%. Basically, what that means is we have one ward that has 7% more residents than it would be if the ward lines were balanced. And so ideally, you would adjust the lines so that all the wards have roughly the same number of voting age residents in those wards. The guidance we've received from GMA, from case law, is that a 10% deviation for a local government is acceptable, as it's presumed that the ward lines are okay. What that means is you could have wards where you could have up to 10% deviation. So my point is, the fact that the council has opted to wait until the next election cycle to change the ward lines is defensible under case law, but it still remains my recommendation that you do it sooner rather than later. And there's still time to make the adjustments prior to this current election cycle. So that's my stated opinion, and I'll stand by that.
Mr. Clark.
Yes, ma'am. Again, we'll just talk about the process. We reached out to the state to begin this process with minimal impact to all of the council members. We recognize the timing, but as you know, with this process, in order for us to get to the state reapportionments office, we have to be invited. And so our local delegation chair gave us the invitation. Matter of fact, we got a meeting the following week with them to start this process. I can share with you, as I shared in our previous meeting, this is the right thing to do. However, we recognize this is just horrible timing. My commitment, should this pass, is that every resident in this community will be notified. Mayor Butler is correct. She did contact me on Saturday to talk about this postcard. I think it's a great idea because we can send this mailer to every household. So if the idea is ensuring that our residents know, I can assure you they will know. In addition to that, based upon other actions of this council, we will be releasing a citywide app on next month, to which we'll also be able to push this information continuously via that. Again, the positive 7% as well as the negative 7% deviation is just something that we want to clarify. And if we have to get out with staff and knock on doors, we'll do what we have to do to ensure that our residents in this community know of the magnitude of this change should council approve.
Can I just add something?
Yes.
So I just can't, so a deviation of 7%, you hear that and you might think like, okay, what is that? So roughly, I busted out my calculator and you can do, the average is 3,900, so 3,900 people, and you times that 7%, which is 0.7, is 273 votes. So if everybody in those 3 blocks were to vote, that's more than my whole entire election. I had 139 to 132, which is like 271, I think, if my math is right. So that, that's the difference. Hopefully more people come out and vote, but that's the reality, is that 7% is like roughly 270 votes that are going one way and not the other way.
I got a comment.
Wait, I'm sorry, Councilman Wells wanted to speak.
Yes, so I just wanted to, because we keep talking about that part of it, I want to, maybe the city attorney to explain exactly, because maybe they understand, maybe they just don't. Yeah. But what would be the liability of the city if we don't do it? What are some of the things that could happen? So if you can explain it.
So it's not so much liability as it is that if a lawsuit was filed and it was determined that 7% was not acceptable. And again, as I indicated a few moments ago, the courts have ruled that up to 10% deviation is defensible. But in this case, if the court found that for whatever reason, 7% was not defensible, then you would have, in order to change the lines, and whether that could all happen prior to this election, if in the context of litigation, I couldn't speak to that because, as we all have said, timing isn't on our side. But that is the extent of the liability, and it's just a question of any legal expense of defending the current lines as they are. And so whatever that cost would be, you could avoid that potential cost by changing them now.
I think I'm confused, because even in the email, like, I didn't get that from you. And I just want, because I vote to understand, like, they want to wait, that's fine. But in the initial email to responding to, I think the mayor had sent the email, it was like litigation and a lawsuit and all these type things can be filed before the election. So you're Okay, I'm
The
confused.
constitutional challenge, Councilwoman Wells,
Yeah.
relative to one person, one vote.
That could be, I'm just saying in terms of the timing, however long it would take for, to get from the time a lawsuit is filed to the time an order is entered. I can't speak to how soon that would be, but again, all that would be avoided if the city took action prior to.
Okay, I got something to say.
Wait, I'm sorry, Councilman Mears, and then I'll get to you. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm in agreement that we need to bring them in line, but according to the number of people that voted in the last election to the number of people that is eligible to vote in the election, it really wouldn't make a difference when you put it all together. I mean, you take the number of people that's eligible to vote and then take a number of people that did vote, all of us together, combined collectively, it's not a percentage. It's not big enough to make a panic and do it and change it all at one time. We will, I'm in agreement. We need to, if that's what the state says, we need to bring it in line. But we don't need to hurry and do it right now because the people's that's voting is not overwhelming and overrunning the boundaries.
And
Is
so
what I don't
with all due
understand.
respect, Councilman Mears, I mean, we just heard Councilman Gutierrez state that he won by 7 votes, and Councilman Antoine, you won by 3 votes. So every vote does count, and it's not for us to determine the urgency, the necessity of this matter based on our opinion on who will vote and who will not vote. It is a constitutional right that people have this right. And if they are going to be impacted by lines being redrawn, then it's not up to you to say whether it's a necessity or not. And I think that is, with the utmost respect, very poor judgment and poor comments to make at this point. Councilman Antoine?
I mean, for me, I just heard the city manager say that everybody's gonna be able to know that the changes are coming up.
Yes, sir. That's my commitment. I
I mean,
will
why are we
ensure.
still talking about this if everybody's gonna get notified and everything, right?
Well, keep in mind, as of now, the only wards impacted are wards 3, 4, and 5.
Right.
So that would be the focus moving forward because they'll have qualifying coming up for those respective wards. But ultimately, the entire city is impacted. And so while the primary focus will be on wards 3, 4, and 5, then definitely everyone throughout the city will know that they have been impacted by these lines being redrawn.
Everybody's gonna get a mail and all that stuff.
Trust me, I called Mr. Clark. I think my first call was like at 6:30 a.m., but you didn't return my
Right.
call until like 7:48 a.m.
It's a no-brainer.
But it was on my heart all weekend. And so we went through very extensively how we can make sure that we do our part in making sure that our residents are notified,
Okay.
bombarded with information, if you will, of this change, because we understand the significance of it.
I just have one last thing to say.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just think and thank you for the comments and facing us and talking to us directly. But I think it's just very distasteful to know that we need to make these changes. Like, this is something that we have to do. But I think it's a lot of personal feelings involved because it just, to me, don't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to know, okay, well, we need to do this, but we're going to put it off. We're going to pay some more money out because somebody may come and complain. We'll take that chance because they don't have an election coming up. So let's do it at our election. Let's not do it at theirs, but let's make sure it's right for our election. I just think that says a lot about the people that's sitting up here against it. So I just want to make that comment.
Any other questions or comments?
I don't operate in fear. I'm just doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You better.
So Mayor Butler, just procedurally, so that we have some item action for the regular meeting. I think procedurally, we have to have a motion to entertain this item, or are you going to wait to do that?
No, I'm gonna wait till the
Okay,
regular
got
session. Yep. Okay, new business, council discussion and approval on a conditional use permit number 2023-05 at 4140 Jonesboro Road, self-storage. Background and history. This is a request for a conditional use permit to allow a 6,152 square foot renovation in the rear of the International Discount Mall to build self-storage units in the rear of the facility. The self-storage units will be rented by existing mall tenants and the general public. The property is currently zoned GC, General Commercial. The subject property fronts Jonesboro Road and is surrounded by several commercial and retail businesses to the north, west, and south. Parcels located in unincorporated Clayton County is east of the property, and Scott Road is west of the property. Many warehouses and storage facilities under the current code are permitted as a conditional use if approved by the governing body. The Planning Commission recommended approval with the following conditions. First, the applicant must obtain a building permit for the interior renovations. Second, the applicant will provide a letter of approval and consent from the property owner. Third, the applicant will provide detailed renderings of what proposed additions will look like. Fourth, the applicant will provide storage policies for owners. And lastly, the applicant will provide a circulation plan for entry and exit of the location for the self-storage units. Hi, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes. Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council, the City Manager. Yes, so I do have some additional comments. With further conversation regarding this facility, it's brought to my knowledge that a lot of the business owners or persons inside of the International Discount Mall do not have current business licensing. So based on that, there will be some additional conditions to follow. And one, only individuals that have leased a spot can use a storage facility and must have a valid business license within the city of Forest Park. Two, all must have active, valid, and current business licenses with the city of Forest Park. Three, rear of property where proposed storage facility entrance and exit must be well lit and cannot be dark at any time for any reasons. Four, if applicant is business owner, we have a right to refusal. Every booth has to have an active business license with the city of Forest Park. That is all.
Thank you. Questions and comments, Councilwoman James?
So just for clarity, the storage facilities are not public for the public. It's just for the business owners that currently occupy the plaza?
Yes, so from our conversation, the owner advised that there would be the storage facilities developed in the interior of the back of the International Discount Mall, and it would be for the business owners that occupy the International Discount Mall.
And is that something that we can control once, if we approve to have a storage facility built? Is that something that we will be able to monitor whether or not they are, is there some type of signage or, I don't know, how can we control it not just being a public facility?
Well, based on the information provided, there would be detailed information that they would have to provide us before we would provide overall approval based on the conditions that were required and also the additional requirements or conditions that were proposed. So we would need a detailed outline of everything that they're proposing in order to provide that approval for them.
Okay, so one final question I have. So let's say there's 10 storage units. Are we requiring a applicant get a license for each unit, or we are just going to approve all 10 and then whoever comes in, so to speak?
Based on the current demographic of the International Discount Mall, it would only be accessible to those tenants that have current business licenses. So if they have current business licenses and they are inside of the International Discount Mall, then they would be able to rent them based on the owner or proposed use of storage.
Councilman Antoine, no questions, comments? Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yeah, my question was kind of like hers, like how will we monitor if they have license or not? But one way I think we can, I guess, would hold the owner accountable. Just say no, just turn it down, and then hold him accountable for making sure everyone in his business have licenses. So I'd say we don't approve this and, you know, that'll give them time to get their stuff together. Because you can't come asking us for something and your tenants aren't even doing what they're supposed to do. So
I do have an additional comment, if that's okay. Currently, our code enforcement officers, along with the police department, are doing business licenses sweeps. So as we speak, I have had an influx of business license requests and zoning verifications for this property. And they will continue to do sweeps to make sure that every person that is occupying a business is current with the business license standards.
okay. And thank you for that response. But I still say no until everyone has a license, because we will not be able to monitor if this person that has this storage has a license or not. So I still say no until that's all taken care of.
Councilman Mears. All right, thank you. So I did have a question. So if I heard correctly, based on Councilwoman James' comment, this unit, the storage units, would be for the tenants currently in this discount mall.
Correct.
Okay, well, I just read that it would be for existing mall tenants and the general public.
They were proposing to be able to use it as for public, but we discussed with them as used for the tenants only.
And was that before or after this agenda was published?
That was during the planning commission meeting.
Which was, I'm assuming,
Prior to today, yes.
okay, well, I actually had it in my mind to veto this item if this were to pass, based on largely what Councilwoman Wells was saying, that they don't even have business licenses, all of them. And so how are you going to come to us with a request and you haven't fulfilled your basic obligation to the city? And then I would want it to be exactly what it is. All these changes needs to be in the agenda itself, not afterwards. And so if next time we have to do an amendment or whatever, we need to do so. But if this were to pass, Mike, please have my veto prepared. Thank you. Item 5, council discussion and approval on rezoning from RS to GC for 4233 Thurman Road. Background and history. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property from RS, which is single family residential, to GC, commercial general. The property is located at 4233 Thurman Road. Parcel ID 1317A B014, Forest Park, Georgia, and is 0.287 acres. Records reflect that a structure was built in 1965 and the In and Out Groceries convenience store operated at the location since 2014. A fire destroyed the building in 2022. The store prior to the fire was a pre-existing non-conforming commercial use. The purpose of the rezoning is to bring the use into conformance of the current zoning category of GC. The Planning Commission recommended to approve the rezoning from RS to GC with the following conditions. Reduce the setback from 25 feet to 14.62 feet. Reduce the side setback from 10 feet to 2.5 feet. Reduce the rear setback from 30 feet to 12.42 feet. The property shall be for a convenience store only, with no automobile gas sales. The building exterior shall be of brick, stone, or a combination thereof, and landscaping shall be planted around the perimeter of the building. If the rezoning with the noted conditions is approved, the applicant will be required to submit an application to the Urban Design and Review Board for review and approval of landscaping and exterior design of the building facade prior to receiving a building permit. Any changes or deviations from the recommended approval will have to go back before the Planning Commission. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Yes, so we've been working, this applicant has come in a few times regarding this issue based on the previous zoning of the district. And we just wanted to be sure that based on the peculiar shape of the lot, that once they are, or if granted, that they are up to par as far as current zoning and setbacks, even though we're asking a reduction.
Councilwoman James, questions or comments? Councilman Antoine?
No comment.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes, I have one. So the permit, you are permitting for them to still be a store?
Correct. Previously, this location was a store already. It burned down, so they would just be rebuilding for what they previously were.
Okay,
The
just
only
with-
issue is that the zone for that district is single-family residential. In order for them to be able to rebuild, it would have to be rezoned just that parcel for general commercial to operate as the store.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Wells.
No, thank you.
Councilman Mears.
No, ma'am.
Item 6. Council discussion and approval on a conditional use permit number 2023-04-5370 Ash Street. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a youth performing arts facility, rehabilitation group home for teens, summer camp, health clinic, and an adult education program at 5370 Ash Street. This property is located within the single-family residential district. Per section 8-8-28, single-family residential district, places of worship, private school, and daycare centers require conditional use permits to operate in the single-family residential district. A church currently exists on the subject property. The Planning Commission recommended denial of a conditional use permit at its meeting on June 15th of 2023, based on the potential of a facility of the liability of children and adult activities that include clinics, recovering alcoholics, and offenders mixing. The following combination would not be allowed as a combined use. You have the floor.
Yes, so with doing some research of this property, the applicant has previously requested a conditional use permit 6 months prior to applying for this conditional use permit with a few different uses that were proposed as well. Based on the mixed uses and the potential liability that could be provided with children there, we recommended denial based on the fact we did have a conversation to let them know that certain uses are permitted as an accessory use or conditional use, but not all the combination together.
Councilwoman James, questions or comments?
So yes, I struggled a little bit with this and I reached out to a couple members of the Planning Commission just to kind of get their feedback. And I understand that it's for the most part, it was because it was so many different things that was outlined as to what they wanted to do. And that they wanted them to kind of streamline whatever the application process was.
Correct.
So my struggle with this is, I know of a couple of residents actually in the past that needed an AA facility because they were court mandated to obtain AA classes, and there were none in Forest Park, and so they had to go to Hakeville. And I'm looking at the different things that they're saying, performing arts and other things. And it's not unusual in my mind for a nonprofit organization or an organization to have multiple things that they do under their house. And so I don't know if when you say, when the commission says that they're denying it because of the commingling of applicants or what have you, can you kind of define what you see as an issue, as a problem?
Yes. So typically when operating as a church, you find churches sometimes have the different programs that are offered to the public, but in this case, they are not operating as a church. And that is why the mix of the different type of uses would not be allowed based on the code. If we look at what is permitted in the single-family residential district, some of the items requested are not a permitted use. So based on the zoning ordinance, we have to follow the code as far as what is permitted and what you can and cannot do.
Okay, so if it was a church, then it would be different if they had different things they were offering.
Well, if they were a church or operating as such of a church, their individual programs would not have an effect on what would be offered to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Antoine?
No question.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No, I kind of was gonna ask some of the same questions that Councilwoman James asked, but with this, because I think I called somebody and asked a question about it. Like, what will we, and this goes to when it comes to all of our business, like I'm just for trying to make it better because we need businesses, we need people like this in the community. But of course, we need them to obey our ordinances as well. So what could happen instead of just saying no? What would they need to change in order to say yes?
Well, if they wanted to operate as a daycare, then we could permit that as a conditional use. But because there's so many different uses provided and the background history of the different type of uses that were already proposed, that were operating illegally, that was the basis on the denial with the mixture of uses. So, our job in planning is just to make sure that every business that comes into the city of Forest Park follows the code to a T, and we can't make any adjustments based on, even if we morally feel like it might be okay, we still have to follow things by the book.
Oh, of course, of course. So again, I think, and it's nothing, because it's other stuff that, make it hard for our business owners. But Mike, remember we had the conversation about, so if they turned it down, I just want them to be able to come back to operate, with the information that this is what you need, this is what we will allow to operate. So would they have to wait 6 months or a year to come back if they were to get it together? And
Under our current ordinance, they'd have to wait at least 6 months.
Councilman Mears.
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Item 7, council discussion and approval on rezoning from MS to RS to RM Scott Road. Number 2023-02. Background and history. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property from RS single-family residential to RM multifamily residential. The property is currently wooded and undeveloped. 3 single-family homes are currently located on Scott Road. Surrounding land uses include light industrial west and single-family residential north, south, and east of the subject property. The intent is to build 16 townhomes on the property. The Planning Commission recommended to approve the rezoning from RS to RM with the following conditions. First, Scott Road shall be improved to the city standards prior to development. Second, all buildings shall be constructed of brick, stone, wood, stucco, or a combination of thereof. Third, there shall be different architectural features between units. No adjacent unit shall have the same design characteristics, features, or identical. Fourth, each unit shall provide 2-car garages. Fifth, adhere to the buffer standards as specified in the current code between industrial and residential development. 6, there should be only 4 rental units on this parcel, and rental units shall be distributed throughout various buildings of the development so that rental units are not segregated in one building. 7th, any deviations from the conditions shall be approved by the Planning Commission. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Just a little background of this property as well. Mr. Kendrick began the process of trying to develop the property in early 2022. He's requested several variances in the past to reduce the minimum lot size and the minimum house size, and he also wanted to increase the number of single-family homes that can be built per acre. And the ordinance states 5 homes per acre, and Mr. Kendrick wanted to build around 11 square feet homes per acre.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. Councilman Antoine.
Sounds good.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah, I just still have struggled like with the visuals, like, but we're gonna put 16 single homes in a place where we had 3 homes.
Proposed, yes, sir.
Okay, and the variances that he asked for, did we give it to them?
No, his previous variance was denied.
Okay, so we kind of made them to whatever our standards are.
Yes, so based on our building standards and facade, and just what he would be proposing to add to the area, that was the reason per the recommendation of approval.
Okay, and the improvement of the road, that has to be done by us?
He said that he would do the improvements as well.
Okay, and do we regulate that or is that just,
As far as road improvements,
yes?
currently, I don't think we have a update as far as what we regulate as far as the roadways. Typically, roads are done by GDOT. But if it's a private road, then it can be regulated.
So let me speak to that. So my understanding is that the road will not be private. The road will become a public street. However, the private developer is funding the cost for the road improvements. And if that is the case, then there are specifications. I see Mr. Jinks. Are you with us? I see Mr. Jinks. Mr. Jinks would be the entity that would be responsible for reviewing the final road digest just to ensure that that road is up to our standard.
Okay, and I guess the reason I bring this up, because residents have reached out that live on that road and they're just concerned with, 16 new developments there in the way that road is already, the condition. So that's why I'm bringing it up. But thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Councilwoman Wells?
My only thing is because I'm always about the people. They have to live there. And I know that street that you're talking about is not in my ward, but those people have been living there forever. So has anyone spoken to them to see if they would be okay with it? Because that's what I would base my decision off of. These are the residents that have, been lifelong residents here. What do they think about this change that would bring basically apartment complex to that area?
Yeah, so we have
It's
spoken with
townhomes,
the
and yes, they have reached out. I spoke with them. I know Councilwoman James has spoke with them, and they are here, and they will be speaking during the public hearing portion of it. So we'll get to hear from them. I believe all three of the homeowners are here.
Thank you.
Councilman Mears.
Great. With them speaking on that, I'm like you. They've been there a long time, and I don't. They ought to have a little say. I know it's public land and all, but seems to be a lot of little crowding with the number of buildings they want to build in that area.
All right, thank you. Item 8, council discussion and approval on rezoning from RS to RM Scott Road number. Is this the same thing? Okay, but we gave them the same number, rezoning number. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property from RS Single Family Residential to RM Multifamily Residential. The property is currently wooded and undeveloped. 3 single-family homes are currently located on Scott Road. Surrounding land uses include light industrial west and single-family residential north, south, and east of the subject property. The intent is to build 16 townhomes on the property. The Planning Commission is recommended to approve the rezoning from RS to RM with the following conditions. First, Scott Road shall be improved to city standards prior to development. Second, all buildings shall be constructed of brick, stone, wood, stucco, or any combination thereof. Third, there shall be different features between units. No adjacent units shall have the same design characteristics, features, or be identical. Fourth, each unit shall provide 2-car garages. Fifth, they must adhere to the buffer standards as specified in the current code between industrial and residential development. 6, there shall be only 4 rental units on this parcel, and rental units shall be distributed throughout various buildings of the development so that rental units are not segregated in one building. And lastly, any deviation from the conditions shall be approved by the Planning Commission. Questions or comments, Councilwoman James? Councilman Antoine? Councilman
No.
Sorry, thank you. Councilman Gutierrez?
I guess I had a question. Are any, when this request, are any of these new townhomes or spaces going to be allocated towards affordable housing? Any percentage of them for either of the developments?
So we actually met with them, based upon this being in Councilwoman James' ward. We met with the developer. My apologies. I'll make certain that before you guys vote on this and with any additional item like this coming forward, that you have the full renderings so that you can see this modern Art Deco design that they are presenting. It's actually a beautiful project, and it's on the other end of the street from the 3 homes. but all of these units would be affordable based upon MSA standards. So great question.
Councilwoman Wells?
And you say affordable, affordable to who?
To
Individuals.
those that can't afford
to
it.
those- Based upon the MSA, it would be within that affordable range for housing costs. And with the restriction of a portion of them being rental, and what you're seeing here with this development, I'm sure Ms. Savannah go more into this. This design, the design of this townhome, not that we're advocating one way or the other, the design of this townhome fits the model of what other communities are doing in an effort to attract those either transient professionals or those individuals that just don't want the upkeep of the yard. If you look at bordering cities to us, some of their townhome projects are going for $600,000-$700,000. So it's the new trendy thing to do. But one of the things, I don't know if the developer is here, they've put a lot of thought into the actual exterior design of this product that they're building. And I would waver that it would probably be one of the most modern townhome communities that you'll see even in this county. Just once we can show you guys the rendering, and I have it in my office.
And just another comment, and they also proposed to add a green space, playground for kids. So they even spoke with the applicant at the planning commission meeting that said it would not be closed off to their families. That is something that they would be able to enjoy as well.
Councilman Mears. All right, thank you. And I know that the families of the three current homeowners will speak during the public hearing, but, and I don't know if you can go sneak out and grab the renderings because I really want the council to understand. And when I was speaking with Ms. Kay and her husband, I was torn. And I was torn because I understand their plight. But then I also had to weigh the greater good for the community as a whole. And we do have a dire need to diversify our housing stock, our housing portfolio. These homes are absolutely beautiful, and we can't want new development to come. And then when it's before us and it's the quality that the city deserves, and then we shut it down. It's a very fine line. I think that we're at right now, where do we want to progress and develop, or do we want to stay stagnant? And the investors are here. They're coming to various aspects of the city. And so I just want the council to keep in mind at what this can do holistically for the city. And Ms. Kay, you know I adore you and your husband, but I really had to weigh the options here. And I do feel now the council does have their right to vote how they wish, but as a mayor, I would like to see this project come to fruition.
We still speaking on that? Oh, no, go ahead. You dropped the mic.
Let's see, where are we at?
I got a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us a ballpark figure on what the rent price might be like?
Oh, she won't know.
I wouldn't, I don't have that information. The applicant, if they are here, they are able to provide that for you during public comment.
Item 9, council discussion and approval on the City of Forest Park Accident Review Committee. And I'll take this slow because, okay, there he goes. Background and history. In reviewing our property casualty and loss insurance renewal, we were alarmed by the increase based on reoccurring accidents involving city property. As an organization, we must always remain extremely cautious of the safety of our employees and the citizens of our community. As an employer, we recognize our obligation to ensure the safest possible workplace for our employees. As a governmental entity, we recognize our responsibility to provide a safe environment for the public we serve. It is our belief that most accidents are preventable. In accordance with this belief, we have allocated resources to administer an aggressive loss control program in our municipality. Mr. Clark, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Council, as you will recall, with our recent renewal of our property casualty and loss, our exposure and liability rates were out the window. Hence, our premium for the year exceeded that of previous years. So one of the things that I proposed to the broker is that we start being proactive so that we don't have to always react to something when it happens. The creation of this accident review committee will not only ensure that our employees are accountable to the importance of them protecting our assets, but it'll also let the department head recognize what that impact of that car accident or that injury does to our overall coverage. The mission of the City of Forest Park, Georgia Safety and Accident Review Committee is to protect the general public safety, the safety of our employees, and to begin to minimize the loss to city property. This committee will ensure fair and impartial review of all accidents involving city personnel, vehicles, building, and equipment. One of the things in speaking with Ms. Diane Lewis from our HR department, deputy director there, it was on the books for Forest Park to have an accident review commission, but I'm told it's been since 2 administrations ago when this committee has even met. And what happened at that time, if an employee had 5 chargeable accidents within a 3-year period, then that employee was terminated. What I am proposing is a complete overhaul into that program, as well as monthly meetings by in which the departments, as recognized and identified within this proposed policy, are in attendance at these meetings, and each accident is voted on, first chargeable, then non-chargeable, and then based upon the severity of the accident, points are assessed. The employees will have an opportunity to present their case. Of course, we recognize, based upon the function of some of the roles within this organization, some accidents are not preventable because they're not on us, but we want to cause awareness to those things, such as backing up the wrong way, backing into mailboxes, having car accidents and not following the SOP is issue. All of those things that are raising our insurance, which affects the bottom line for the organization as a whole. We're hoping that this Safety and Accident Review Committee will help to bring some sort of formality and consistency with the review of these policies. Having a policy on the book relative to the Accident Review Committee and why they were not meeting, I cannot answer that. It makes no sense to me, but I can assure to you, effective this month, we will, if this is approved, or August, if this is approved, the committee will start meeting every month. Each of our various member departments within the city of Forest Park will have representation, and my hope is that all of the different agency heads are the ones that actually decide to serve on this committee. So I'm open to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
No questions.
Councilman Antoine.
No question.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Nope.
Councilwoman Wells.
No.
And Councilman Mears. Thank you. Council discussion and approval of CDBG funds reallocation, background and history. It is proposed that the city's 2021 CDBG funds be reallocated from Star Park renovations to perform certain renovations of the former Rite Aid building. The vision for the new project reallocation request is for a food hall, commissary kitchen, and workspace at the old Rite Aid Pharmacy building located on Forest Parkway that the city recently acquired, with a large percentage of low to moderate income individuals residing in our community and the lack of opportunities to adequately provide them with sustainable food options. The city has embarked upon this innovative initiative. This project will provide culinary entrepreneurs with a space to prepare, sell, and market their goods, while also providing alternative food options for residents and people who live or work in Forest Park. This project will connect to the new city center complex that we are aggressively planning for, which will be developed on city-owned property that overlooks Star Park. The city has hired an architect to develop a conceptual floor plan and renderings to be available within 4 weeks. Currently, $267,642 remain in the program year 2021 funds. You have the floor, Mr. Clark.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, of the things that we've recognized in this community, in trying to build this economic ecosystem, we've noticed that there are limited food options for residents that either live here or come into this town to work. So in an effort to cure that, one of the things we're looking to do as we start talking more about economic inclusion and how we build the ecosystem of Forest Park, by in which this government is offering opportunities for not only the residents to enhance their quality of life so that they don't have to travel outside the community to get good food, good entertainment, good shows. One of the things that we're really looking to hone in on is how do we take some of the vacant structures that we have in this community and really make something positive and something noteworthy out of the building. And so with the city owning the Rite Aid, with us having a food desert here based upon the limited opportunities for food, this is just a great way for us to really serve at the helm of cultivating and curating what this new wave of government looks like. Instead of us going out to the private sector to find restaurateurs, we have so many individuals within this community that have good crafts, good food, but just may not know how to open a restaurant or may not have the capital funds to open a restaurant. And what better way to put a vacant building that's right on our main thoroughfare to use than to revitalize it and repurpose it to allow for individuals that can cook to come inside this food hall with a shared commissary kitchen so that everybody can use it. And as you all well know, including myself, we purchase food from individuals for meal prep or just because they can cook, but a lot of them are not legal because they don't have a business license. So this is a way for our economic development arm to really push for an educational mission to first showcase to the business community or our community what opportunities you have, and then to allow them an opportunity to test their wares. And so in addition to the food hall concept, we'll have both restaurateurs that are established as well as the commissary kitchen, which is no more than a shared kitchen. And then on the other side of the building, we'll have a flex office space. So that individuals that are working from home, just local entrepreneurs, can simply go in, utilize the flex space, and we're hoping to open the first coffee shop right here on Forest Parkway within this structure. The beauty of this project is that we're not anticipating it being just Forest Park. We're looking at doing this as a concerted effort by and between the city of Forest Park and Clayton County, especially since we're leveraging the use of these community development block grant funds to spearhead and start this project. At current, we have $276,000 remaining with these CDBG funds. And so the approval of this resolution would just essentially allow for us to direct the county to repurpose said funds for this endeavor. As you can see, the building is already standing. There will be limited work that we have to do, but this money will allow us to begin the architectural process just to get some 3D and 4D rendering so that we can bring it back to this governing body for you to start reviewing what this concept would look like on one of our busiest thoroughfares in this community.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Thank you. I love the idea. The only question I have is the allocation of funds for Star Park and renovations. So I know that there is some communication about the renovation to Star Park. So how would this affect, how would this funds being reallocated negatively, or how would it affect Star Park renovation?
So great question, Councilwoman James. The funds had to be expended by June 30th, 2023. So in order to keep from us losing the funds, we simply asked the county to allow us to reallocate the funds with the understanding that based upon the RFP being released on Star Park and the bids coming back, I don't see anyone from Capital here, nor do I see anyone from our procurement department. So I won't say the number, but I know it was way over bid. And so because of that, the project didn't move forward. And now with the understanding that we're in a feasibility plan of this new city center being downtown, just to drive that traffic downtown, the whole goal was just based upon economies of scale. We're able to do the rehab of Star Park, the renovations to the pool, as well as the city center, give the residents a nicer park as well as a larger indoor pool, and do the city center all at one time because we already have contractors on site. And the focus as we build out what this design will look like, the focus would be to ensure that the renovations around Star Park are done quickly, are done first. So because the park is so well used.
Councilman Antoine.
Would our residents would have to pay to enter this facility?
So with the food hall concept, you don't pay to enter, you would pay for your food. Because again, let's just say you are great at making donuts, but you don't have the capital to get a brick and mortar. With this incubator style facility, you would essentially, based upon if it was available, because we see it being in high demand, you would essentially be able to rent out your space to go in, cook your wares, get training, workforce training as to the proper steps to open a business, not only having a limited LLC, but also going through the process of doing business right here with Forest Park. And then once you get to a certain point to where you have the perfect number of customers and you're beginning to see that money turn, the hope is to push you out to get your own brick and mortar. And this is just your startup.
Thank you, Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears? Thank you. Council discussion and approval of the revised resignation and leave policy, paid leave policy, background and history. It is proposed that the city's resignation and paid leave policy be revised to address the issue of employees abusing the process by tendering their resignation and immediately utilizing their paid sick leave or personal leave for the remainder of their service. This practice has resulted in significant disruptions in the city operations and prevents the orderly transfer of duties and functions from the separating employee to other employees. Under the revised rule, employees would have to tender their resignations at least 10 days in advance and would not be permitted to use their personal leave during this period. They may use their sick leave only if they present a certification from a licensed healthcare provider stating that they are under the provider's care or treatment for the days in question and that it was the provider's recommendation that the employee remain home from work for that period. Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and council, as we continue to dive deep into the operations here in the city of Forest Park, I've just witnessed far too many employees tender their resignation notices and then proceed to take days off. In my opinion, it is tacky. If the standard is 2 weeks, I'm not sure why it was ever in the policy for 7 days. But if we are to successfully and efficiently run this organization, the standard is 2 weeks, not 7 days. The standard is 2 weeks so that those departments are able to ensure that all of the information is shared prior to that employee resigning their employment here. And also, I feel a sense of commitment to the city and its residents to ensure that just based upon staffing levels, we're still able to provide professional and efficient services. This policy addresses it. It changes the 7-day benchmark to 10 days, which is essentially 2 weeks. In addition to that, should employee, and I've had directors since I've been here less than 90 days, resign their position and then take 2-3 days vacation and sick leave. And it baffles me that your commitment to the organization is not such that you would successfully work out that time. However, with this policy, should an employee or a director take sick leave and or annual leave during the time in which they filed their resignation, they would not be eligible to leave in good standing, which means they would not receive payment for their accruals of vacation leave. This is a standard process that most communities do. It's not meant to be punitive. It's just simply to say, hey, we appreciate you working for us for the time that you have. We're not going to hold anyone back from growth, but as an organization, we would appreciate having at least 2 weeks to backfill that position.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. Councilman Antoine?
No brainer.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells? And Councilman Mears? Thank you. Council discussion and approval of the revision to the personnel manual with respect to employee terminations. Background and history. It is proposed that the city's personnel manual be revised to ensure that department heads receive the approval of the city manager prior to terminating any employee. With the alarming rate of litigation, personnel changes, and change of administration, the city manager issued an emergency directive to all department heads requiring that all terminations be approved by the city manager as a safeguard for the organization. This measure aims to maintain a set of standards that ensures all terminations are reasonable, fair, and equitable. The goal is to ensure that on the front end, all processes are handled to ensure ease of terminations when necessary, hence allowing the government to justify any and all separations properly. It is recommended that this emergency measure be made permanent and be included in the city's personnel manual. Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am. So not to pick on any department, but there was recently a termination in which the termination did not follow city policy. I overturned the termination. Of course, I sent that to you. But one of the things I continue to hear the governing body say is accountability. And so at no point would myself as city manager try to go over the termination that the department has deemed necessary. However, the termination has to make sense, meaning all of the paperwork has to be in accordance with policy and the infraction has to be properly documented, because the goal up under my administration will always be to improve performance. If you have an issue with an employee, that issue needs to be dealt with on a daily basis. It needs to be written down, notated, and then in those evaluations, taking them serious enough so that if you have a problematic employee, we're able to show for any outstanding or potential litigation, we're able to show where we successfully put the employee on a performance improvement plan, tried to work with them, it did not work, so we had no other choice but to terminate their employment just to ensure that we protect the liability and exposure of this city. Our directors have done an amazing job with this thus far, and outside of the one, all the terminations that I've had come across my desk have been valid just based upon things outside of our control. So it's not meant to hinder the authority of our department heads, but I think everybody in this type of a scenario, as we work to get our insurance levels down, we have to have some accountability on all sides.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
Yes, so how does this affect the appeal process that employees have if they're terminated? They can appeal to the city manager. I think that's part of the ordinance.
Yes, ma'am. I'll let Attorney Williams opine.
So the way it's written is the appeals are now considered reconsiderations. So a recommendation would come to the city manager for termination. Let's just say he would review it to make sure it's in accordance with procedure, make sure that it's justifiable. But at that point, he would not be necessarily hearing from the employee in question. If an employee wishes to have that judgment reconsidered, then they could, in the same time frame, make a request for reconsideration. That would go before the city manager, and he would have a hearing at that point where the employees council, if necessary, they could present their side of it, and it could be reconsidered at that point.
Thank you.
Councilman Antoine? Councilman Gutierrez?
Nope.
Councilwoman Wells?
No, well, yeah. I would just like to say thank you, City Manager Clark, for coming in, finding things that need to be changed and actually acting on them. But I kind of was under the assumption that directors had to go through the city manager anyway before terminating somebody. So that's not what the case was. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I was under that impression coming in as well. I've never seen it that way where the termination didn't, at a minimum, go through HR. But this is just one of the things that we're working on just to try to streamline those operations.
Councilman Mears?
That's a good idea.
Thank you. Council discussion and approval of the Forest Park Fire Department Employee Referral Program, background and history. Faced with a competitive labor market in both the public and private sectors, the city manager sought out a creative way to stand out to potential employees. After brainwashing with the command staff for the Forest Park Fire Department.
Right, Thurman.
Oh, what?
It was no.
She said, bro. Look, it is, I'm so sorry. You guys cannot tell, I am so fatigued up here. I'm trying to get through. Bear with me.
I was gonna say nothing. though.
Thank you.
Gonna say nothing.
After brainstorming with the command staff of the Forest Park Fire Department in an effort to ensure thank you. In an effort to ensure we attract the very best fire personnel, we are recommending the implementation of an employee referral program. The employee referral program is designed as a partnership between the city and its most valued asset and best recruiters, our employees. As governments all across the region experience a diminished pool of well-qualified candidates, we recognize that our number one hiring tool is our employees. There is substantial competition amongst cities, counties, private agencies, and paid internships to recruit staff successfully. In Forest Park, we want to ensure that as part of our ongoing effort to recruit, we only want the best of the best working for Clayton County's largest municipality. Is this you?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You have the floor.
All right, Mayor and Council, as you'll recall, less than 30 days ago, I presented to you just overtime items relative to our community. I want to say it was in excess of $777,000. So in that same vein, I met with each of the departments in an effort to figure out how we can get that overtime number down. One of the things that I learned from Fire and Emergency Services is Chief Clemens will come forward, is that a large part of why the fire department is, you're seeing some of the overtime numbers that we are for the fire department is based upon staffing levels. In addition to the staffing levels, just some vacancies within command staff position. So the 4 to 5 battalion chiefs are essential or have essentially been working every day almost just to ensure that we fill those voids. I've shared with the battalion chiefs that it is not safe for that to happen. And I always want to ensure that all of our departments have work-life balance, just to ensure that when they go out on calls, they're physically fit to do the job and they're not fatigued, hence causing us additional issues. With this employee referral policy that we are looking at, the successful incumbent would receive $3,000 for the successful referral of an employee for the fire and emergency services. The first $1,500 referral bonus would be awarded after the employee completes 90 days from the hire date. The second $1,500 referral bonus would be awarded after the employee completes successfully 1 year of employment. One of the things I know, just based upon the stance of my career, your biggest advertisers and recruiters for especially police and fire are the individuals that work within that agency. So as we continue to look at robust ways, not only to attract candidates to work here, but to retain the individuals that we have, we feel that this is one way, one attractive way to reward our employees for bringing us the very best candidates, because we don't just want to say we are the largest municipality, we want to be able to say we have the greatest employees in this county. So we have Chief Clemens that is going to speak, and I also think Battalion Chief Baker is going to speak as well, just to provide some additional insight as to the issue that we're going through.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Clark. Mayor, Council, as you know, staffing has been an issue, not just in Forest Park, but throughout the state of Georgia. So we've been working really hard and trying to find creative ways to incentivize our employees. One of the things that I proposed during budget was to reimburse paramedics, which I had some discussion with the city manager as well. So we're in that process with even reimbursing. So this new initiative will help increase our hiring to ensure that we're hiring the most qualified candidates for the fire department. As you all are aware, we've been hiring non-certified recruits, although that does us well. It doesn't do the city a wholesome job, as we still have to train them to be advanced EMTs and paramedics as well. So this new initiative is definitely necessary. And my battalion chiefs, yes, they've been working overtime, not only my battalion chiefs, all 3 shifts. So yeah, we're looking for all kind of creative ways to help us recruit and retain.
One of the directives that we put out, Mayor Butler and governing body, for a moment, I want to stop hiring recruits and let us focus on hiring certified for both police and fire. Hiring with the wages that we're paying, as well as the incentives that we're going to look at providing, we believe that we should be able to get qualified, certified candidates coming in the door. We understand the importance of recruit. The fire department has done an amazing job with the recruits that they've hired, similar to police, just building people up through the ranks. But we really want to do a push for certified officers within both fire and police.
So in addition, yeah, we're looking at our neighboring departments and seeing what they're doing as far as initiatives. And we're all pulling from the same pool of candidates. So any way that we can, get more creative to incentivize and increase our pay, although, we know that's not the most important, but we do have to be competitive in order to retain and recruit.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No, Chief Baker was gonna speak, I think.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, so I appreciate the opportunity to stand in front of you. Y'all know me well. I love our employees. I love our city. I've been here 24 years. In 2 days, I'll be here 24 years. The recruitment incentive, the referral bonuses, this is something that when I worked for Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, Eggleston campus, we did this to incentivize our employees to reach out and bring in certified nurses, things of that nature. And it started off, of course, there's always the whole, hey, I can get extra few bucks, but you focus on the greatness of your entity, which City of Forest Park has got a lot of greatness. What you focus on the greatness of your organization, and by speaking that truth out there and letting people know, it also reminds you as the employee how great the place you work is. And it helps you to see not the bad, because we may do 98% of everything right, but that 2% that could be frustrating or bad is what a lot of people will zero in on. It helps change those dynamics to where we focus on the positives of our organization.
Got the best of the best.
Yes. Councilwoman James, anything after that?
All for it.
Councilman Antoine?
Why wasn't this done a long time ago?
No time like the present. Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, I feel like we have to vote for it. When the entourage got up, I feel like y'all are ready to go. So, but yeah, no, great initiatives, both of them. Thank you.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, you know, I love her. I love you. I love you and everything you bring to that department. And it's obvious that your department loves you too. So thank you for this. I think it would be great. And I think you should maybe talk to other directors that may be going through the same issues to figure out a plan for them. Cause I think Public Works could use a little hand. Like we have a lot of open positions. So it's good to have things that the employees can receive for going out recruiting some of the employees. So I think it's amazing. And thank you, all of you, for everything that you do for our community. Thank you so much.
And Councilman Mears?
Thank you, City Manager Clark.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Push.
you.
Thank you.
Is there a Brian Jackson with us this evening? Okay, Mike, can you read my notes here? If you could step out with this gentleman here. Does that make sense, Mike? You see my notes up there?
I'm not brainwashing.
Okay.
My mouth dry this long.
Item, the next item, 14 on here. Council discussion and approval on the purchase of Ford Interceptors. Background and history. The police department currently has an aging fleet and is in need of replacing some of the older emergency vehicles. The police department seeks ratification for an emergency purchase with Brannon Ford in Udelia, Florida, Georgia, for the purchase of 15 2023 Ford Police Interceptors at $44,700 each, for a total amount of $670,500. Due to a shortage in the automobile industry and the lack of availability of public safety vehicles, the police department requests an emergency purchase to ensure the city maintains essential services to its citizens. The emergency purchase process is reserved for rare and extreme circumstances. Therefore, rarely will the emergency purchase process be utilized. Chief, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening,
sir.
So currently, we have a number of aged vehicles inside of the police department. Our oldest vehicles are the 2008, and our highest mile vehicle has 224,000 miles. The average life of an emergency vehicle on the police side is average about 6 years. And so you can tell, this 2008 should have been a deadline long ago. The great thing about this $670,000 that is required to purchase these vehicles will not be coming from the taxpayers. We'll be using some of our red speed funds. That is, those are the red speed cameras that are in the school zones to help slow down the speeders. We have those funds available to purchase these vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. Councilman Antoine.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Gutierrez.
No, thank you, Chief. Big ass. I see you smiling up there. 670.
No.
Okay. I ain't gonna tell y'all what I thought he said.
I think we know.
No.
Councilwoman Wells,
Thank
any
you.
questions or comments?
No.
Councilman Mears?
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, I think you have the next item. Council discussion and approval on reorganization of the police department, background and history. The Forest Park Police Chief recently completed a thorough review of the department and seeks to implement a restructuring of the operational command staff. The reorganization will ensure that employees are in the best position to address community needs, respond to emerging crime trends, and build genuine positive relationships with the community members. Furthermore, it will allow for a clear command structure. The previous organizational chart had 2 deputy chief of police positions, and each chief had a major reporting to them. The highlights of the reorganization include the deletion of 1 deputy police chief with a salary savings of $86,115,000.57. The department will be divided into 2 bureaus, support services and uniform. The major commander of these 2 units will report to the remaining deputy chief of police. Yes, sir.
Yes. So part of one thing I started once I got into this position is began to look at each of the areas that are under my control. And the organizational chart was one of the things I looked at. Right, previously or currently, we have 2 deputy chief positions, and each one of those deputy chief positions only had 1 employee reporting to them. And it had me with approximately 15 people reporting to me directly. So getting rid of some of the, getting rid of this 1 position will put a little bit more responsibility on the remaining deputy chief position, as well as have 2 people that would report to him directly as it relates to the operations of the agency. And furthermore, it'd be a salary savings or savings of $86,115.57. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. Councilman Antoine?
Sir.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Thank you, Chief.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
Sound like a plan to me.
Thank you, Chief. Council discussion and approval on Forest Park Fire Department sign-on bonus. Background and history. Like many other municipalities, the city of Forest Park is currently experiencing difficulty attracting and retaining firefighter candidates. The city is also preparing and anticipating staff issues due to future retirements at all levels in the organization and is working on how to attract and, most importantly, how to retain the best staff to continue to deliver superior service. Ideas for recruiting are endless and endlessly challenging, but the time and effort invested in attracting top talent for the city is well worth it. The city desires to be the employer of choice, and implementing a signing bonus for difficult to fill positions incentivizes new employees to join the city of Forest Park. Mr. Clark.
Yes, ma'am. Again, this is just another tool within our toolbox relative to ensuring that we are hiring the best of the best candidates for the fire department. And again, Mayor and Council, these recommendations that are coming before you stem from a command staff meeting that we hosted with Chief Clemens as well as her command staff. And the onus was put back on them as to what can we do to bring this overtime number down, because there's no way that we can sustain it as an organization. So in listening to them and hearing their commitment to this organization, as you heard one candidate speak of 24 years combined within the command staff, there's probably over 180 years of experience. You know, based upon the tenure of some of these individuals, they just really dedicated their lives to working in the city of Forest Park. So the first part of this incentive is for firefighters, AEMT and EMTIs. We are recommending $4,000 sign-on bonus, $2,000 at the completion of 3 months for the employee, and then a remaining $2,000 on the completion of their probationary period. However, the caveat is, in order for them to be eligible for any and all payments, they have to remain employed in good standing with the city of Forest Park. So let's just say for a period of 3 years. So within that 3-year period, if they leave, they owe us the money back that we paid out for the sign-on bonus based upon them executing a contract upon their employment. I know that the fire probably didn't know that I was going to add the caveat about the 3-year contract relative to us with the sign-in bonus, but I think that's only fair. If we are dishing out our money for this sign-on bonus, it's only important that if we are providing salaries, the best salaries in Clayton County, the best training in Clayton County,
Oh, I said absolutely.
oh, yes, ma'am. Then you can at least ensure that the money that we are paying out, we're getting a positive return on that investment. I think it's more than fair, as well as for firefighter paramedics, we're proposing to offer a $5,000 sign-on bonus for these employees. We know that other departments are going to want us to do something similar. Mayor Butler has already brought it up, especially about the referral bonus, as well as Councilwoman Wells brought it up about Public Works and the referral bonus. We just want to pilot this program with fire and then look at how we can push it out to other respective departments within the organization. Because again, our theme is we want the best of the best working for this city.
That's right. Chief Clemens, is there anything you wanted to add?
The city manager said it all.
All right, Councilwoman James. Councilman Antoine,
You.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells, and Councilman Mears.
Sounds good to me.
All right. We are going to take a brief break. That concludes the work session. Oh, yes. And we do have some seats up here. For those who want to sit, there's a few. But I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn the work session.
So moved.
That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Do you guys need a break?
Hey, Michelle, I'm gonna send you the townhome development. I'm gonna send you the townhome development for when the item comes up, when they try to come here.
Oh, Michelle.
I don't do no zeros.
Crossing your line.
All right, good evening, everyone. It is 7:48. And the regular meeting for mayor and council for July 17th is called to order. I'm going to ask Minister Cook to come forward to do tonight's invocation. So all those who are able to stand, can you please do so and then remain standing throughout the Pledge of Allegiance?
Hallelujah. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just come to you tonight. First, just thanking you, God, just for allowing us to gather here safely, Father God. And we even thank you in advance for us being able to make it home safely, Father God. We thank you for you're just worthy of praise, Father God. You've given us our right minds, God. You've even given us this city for us to come together now, Father God, and discuss the business of this city, Father God. We thank you, Lord, for the mayor, God. We thank you for the council, Father God. We just ask that you infill them with your wisdom, Father God. We want your blessing upon this city, Father God. And I just thank you, Lord, as we stand in unity, Father God, that we shall see your commanded blessing upon this city, Father God. As council members, Father God, I pray that you continue to strengthen them, God, with the council, Father God, and the reasoning, Father God, and even the justice, Father God, that needs to take place. God, that this place will be blessed far above all others, Father God, that people can look to this city as a model, Father, for what you can do, Father God, when we turn our hearts and our minds to you, Father. So I even thank you, Lord, for every person that's represented here. I thank you for every family that's here today, God. I ask a blessing upon them as well, Father God, and let us continue to do our part, God, to work together, Father God, that again, your glory will be seen in this city, Father God. So we pray now, Father God, we thank you for your wisdom. We thank you for your presence. We thank you for your joy. We even thank you for your refreshing us, God, as we've been here for a while, Father. We just thank you for your refreshing as only you can do. In Jesus' name, amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Hood, could you do us the honors, please, of our roll call?
Roll call for July 17th, regular session, Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilmember James.
Present.
Councilmember Anton,
Even everybody, hope everybody's well.
Tiz,
President.
Councilmember Wells. Here. Councilmember Mears.
Yeah.
Mayor and council have a phone.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clark, you have the floor for your city manager's report.
Yes, ma'am. I only have 26 pages on tonight, but
Like literally.
You gonna save some for the next meeting.
one of the things I would like to inform the residents about is that starting tomorrow, the publication of this city manager's report will be online. So in lieu of me going through all 26 pages, I'll try to call out some of the highlights. But the first thing I want to do, as we do every month, is bring up our various chiefs, Chief Clemens, as well as Chief Chris, to recognize the new employees that we've had to join our organization since our last city manager's report. So first I'll call up Chief Chris, just to recognize the new employees within the Forest Park Police Department, if they are still here.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Our newest employee comes by way of the city of Morrow. He was a lieutenant at the city of Morrow as a in CID, and he comes to join us as a lieutenant in CID with the city of Forest Park. I'd like to welcome you, Lieutenant Skelton.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
All right. All right.
And one other thing, I'd like to give a moment of silence, if I can, at this moment. On yesterday, in Clayton County, there was a incident involving one of our former captains, Potsy Oddly. He was shot while trying to take the suspect into custody, who was responsible for the mass shooting down in Hampton, Georgia. So we could just take a moment to recognize him. He is going to be okay, but we'd like to just provide a moment of silence for him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Mayor Butler, I'd like to call up Chief Clemens to introduce the new employees at the Forest Park Fire Department.
So again, thank you. I'm going to defer to Division Chief King because we always do it in old recruit fashion.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager.
Evening, young man.
At this time, I'd like to bring in our newest recruits. If y'all would, please go around the table and face me, please. We're a little short in numbers tonight. A few of them actually had to go ahead and leave, but I will go ahead and give you the 7 names of our newest members. The ones that are not here tonight, Cameron Moss, he's been with us about a month, about three or 4 weeks, longer than the rest of them have, but we were not able to get him on the agenda. Carol Drake comes to us from Clayton County Fire Department. She took a little stint away and decided that she wanted to get back into the service and decided to make Forest Park her home. And we also have Aaron Jackson, who is, I'm not going to get in trouble for telling him he can't go on his vacation with his wife for their anniversary. So I will take the hit for that one. He also comes from Clayton County with years of experience as well. We have Ms. LaToya Grant, who comes to us from Florida, currently waiting to test her paramedic. We have Mr. Yurick Johnson on the end there. He comes to us from Fairburn and DeKalb County with some experience as well. So we are getting some experience into the department. The other gentlemen here, we have a Mr. Julian Barber, newest recruit. He actually said that he is not going to give up until we give him a job, so we gave him a job. And we have Mr. Devontavius Bont McClendon. And he is also one of the newest employees as well. So in recruit fashion, what we do at the end of every day is we say our mission statement. Mission statement.
To ensure the safety of the community, I continue to provide the highest quality of service through preparedness, education, and action.
Core values.
Core values, professionalism, cooperation, dedication, loyalty.
All right, thank you.
Right.
So Mayor and Council, just a few of the notable items that I'd like to report out relative to this city manager's period. Through the efforts of our Planning and Community Development Department, our Code Enforcement Department, and our Police Department, we have been successful in being able to get into compliance over 35 businesses that have been operating in this city illegally. We are excited about this initiative. We are thankful for the departments that have contributed, but my philosophy is if you make money off the backs of our community, then you have to pay your fair share. These efforts alone have yielded us over $39,000 just for the period of June. One of the other things I'd like to point out in this revenue recovery initiative that I have for this 100-day period is that we've been able to collect back sanitation fees in the amount of $88,000. And this was only taxes that were not paid, sanitation fees that were unpaid. And so one of the directives that I put out for all of the departments, if it's under your purview, you are responsible for it. If we have monies that are owed to our community, we need to get all of that caught up. And then the third thing that we'd like to report out on is our efforts relative to property taxes. We've identified over $1 million worth of property taxes that have not been paid in this community, of which we believe that by the next report, we would have been successful in collecting at a minimum $400,000 of that number by our next meeting. In addition to that, with our Revenue Recovery Acts, this council also approved a contract with Peachtree Recovery. And what they're doing is going out and looking at all of the public facilities or utilities that have had claims on them and trying to reclaim some of those funds. I will not detail the majority of this report. However, we've also, through the efforts of our public information officer, as well as my executive assistant, been able to chronologize all of the work that is going on every week in this community so that you're not only holding your city manager accountable, but your city manager is holding your departments accountable, just to ensure that the work in which we are doing is efficient, effective, and that we're operating up under the mission of One Forest Park. We released last week the celebration of my 100 days within this position of city manager. It feels like 25 years. However, that event will be held on August the 26th. At the pavilion on Main where the water fountain is. And one of the things we're excited about is celebrating an accountable city manager, as well as my attempt to ensure that all of the directives that are handed down by this governing body are carried out throughout this entire staff and this organization. We have a very big announcement on that night that we are releasing to the residents of the city of Forest Park. It will be the first of its kind in this community. And of course, we will celebrate in grand fashion. Our commitment remains to consistent, transparent communication across this organization. I've shared with the departments that the onus is on them as directors to ensure that we're doing positive work on behalf of the citizens that call Forest Park home. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What's the big announcement?
That's the end of your report.
Announce it.
You have to come. Okay, presentation. The first one is the free gifts at the park recognition. And Councilwoman James, would you like the honors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So if I could have you all address your attention to the screen as I go through this information, and then I'm going to call up Ms. Carla Harwood. On June the 23rd, 2023, we held free gifts at the park for our residents of Forest Park in Clayton County. We want to give special thanks to our partners. This core group, hold on, let me stop again. Sorry, y'all. This core group made the event possible and were the reason why we were so successful. Hours of behind the scene coordination and effort for the benefit of the Forest Park community. Helping Hands Ending Hunger, Good 360, the City of Forest Park, Clayton County Council of PTAs. Thank you to our sponsors, Kroger Delivery, Robinson Weeks Partners, Chick-fil-A House, Dwarf House, Forest Park High School, and additionally, I want to thank our continuous partners, Forest Park High School PTSA, Technique Concrete Construction, Falcon Design Consultants, and Blue Star Studios. Thank you to all of our volunteers. And I'm gonna pause here for a moment because I know we have a great group of people in the audience. And so if you all were a part of the volunteers, would you stand or wave your hand? I know there's some in the back right there. Thank you all. So as we continue on, thank you so much. So as we continue on, thank you to all of our volunteers who made this one-day event work in 4 days. There were 24 pallets filled to the brim with goods. It took a great deal of effort to unload, unpack, organize clothing, shoes, bags, bedding, baby goods, toys, household items, housewares, kitchenwares filled the table. Over 30 volunteers each day worked tirelessly to make this effort a special event, and we had fun while we're doing it. So you can see some of the pictures there. Okay. We want to thank our partners and sponsors. We cannot thank our partners and sponsors enough. Shout out to our local business owner, PGI Signs, who designed and printed the shirts. And you all saw a picture of the shirts, but I have some right here too. And I have some extra ones. They're all extra large. So if you all want one, you can have one. I want to thank Good 360 for being the nonprofit organization that enables communities to bridge the needs gap of organizations like Helping Hands Ending Hunger. Thanks to Robinson Weeks Partners for the t-shirts, and every gesture mattered to the families who trusted us to come out and shop. We want to thank our sponsor, Kroger Delivery, for the snacks and drinks delivered every day for our volunteers, as well as unexpected food bags for our shoppers that included dairy, meat, pantry staples for our families. Thank you to Chick-fil-A, who provided chicken biscuits and fruit trays to feed our volunteers every day. Thanks to the City of Forest Park for coming out to support and lend a hand. Thanks to our Clayton County Council of PTAs, Clayton County Elections, Dr. Anderson, Victoria Williams, our school board member. We even had District Attorney Mosley in her office to come out. Gifts, gifts, and more gifts. This took place at Forest Park High School. So we were able to provide gifts for over 250 families in our diverse community. Our volunteers helped our community shop, baggage their items, and even hand deliver their items to the truck. And then finally, Rock Church of Atlanta, right here in Forest Park, received a generous donations that were left. And so you can contact the church to get more information. And I think that's kind of like almost the last slide there that you'll see. Keep going. Rock Church of Atlanta received the items, the overflow items that we had remaining. And then finally, just a couple testimonies that we received. One, Ms. Grant said, "Thank you for hosting this event. I was so blessed to be able to get some items that I needed. The event was very well organized." Ms. Stroud said, "Thank you for everything. It was helpful to our family. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I am interested in upcoming events. Very happy with what we received this Friday. We are indefinitely grateful to you, my family, pants, baby things, and very useful household items. My daughter will wear pants at the next time she goes back to school." And then finally, this was one of the most organized events. I greatly appreciate the assistance from the volunteers. So I want to give a special thanks to Madam Mayor for coming out and our city manager for coming out as well. I want to bring up Ms. Carla Harwood. She's with Helping Hands Ending Hunger. She is really the backbone behind this event coming to our city. Can we give her a hand as she come up? So I want Ms. Carla to say a couple words, and then I want to recognize just a few people.
Well, thank you. Good evening. So I am the Executive Director of Helping Hands Ending Hunger, and our mission is a real simple one. We attack food insecurity, and we help bridge the needs gaps of too many residents in our communities that suffer. Our unique Kids Helping Kids model, which is school-based, empowers our students to be catalysts for change by teaching them how to rescue and repurpose uneaten food from school meals. And instead of throwing it away, save it and give it to fellow students who need food to eat over the weekends and breaks. Not filling the landfills, making less trash, and reducing those harmful carbon emissions that are in our communities everywhere. We're helping to build a generation of children that are not only environmentally aware, but socially conscious now of the needs of their neighbors. Changing educational outcomes, as well as cultivating healthier habits in our communities for sustainable solutions is our goal. So Gifts at the Park was part of our effort to really address the wider need of our communities. And because of our partnership with Good 360, we were able to financially support this event with all these amazing goods. The value on a fair market standard was over $250,000. It was amazing. Some memories of mine that I'll take away are a grandmother who came with her 6 foster children. And each of these children got to pick out a special toy, shopping that they've not ever been able to do before. The picture of them still remains in my head. They were lined up against the wall and the big grins on their faces holding up what they were able to pick out. Another was a mother who had just gotten a new job, and she needed some nice dresses to wear to her job, and she needed extra small. Well, the clothes were piled up on the table, but all the volunteers came and helped her find her size, and she walked away with a handful of new dresses. And right as she was leaving, I found another one. It was a bright blue. It was perfect and beautiful. And I handed it to her, and she said, "You know what? This one's so nice. I'm going to save it for church." There was another mother that came with her twin newborns and two siblings, two little girls who were just in La La Land, walking around with all this stuff to look at. Well, one found a little princess dress that she fell in love with. And the other one came up to me and said, "I wish I could find a dress that was my size." So we started looking, and sure enough, we found a bright red one that was her perfect fit. And so she said, "This is perfect." And they walked away with big smiles on their face. That mother kept shopping for baby goods, and we had to make her stop and look for something for herself as well. So just the reward of those memories and the families that we were able to help, I think made it all worthwhile, certainly for me, sharing hope and joy in the city of Forest Park. And I have to thank Councilwoman James for all your effort. It has been a group effort. Mayor Butler, thank you very much for hosting this event. My friend Arvis Walker, Clayton County Council of PTAs, amazing work and collaboration. All the sponsors that helped. And I'd just like to say, you know, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank everyone who made this event so special, the volunteers especially. It was a pleasure to get to know you and work with you. I look forward to linking arms and doing more in this community together, because you all set the bar. You're an amazing group. You care about your community. It's obvious. And I know we can do more good together. So thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, if I could have the council join me, I do have some certificates and I want to take some pictures with everyone. Quick, I know we had a long agenda. High School is Dr. October delivery, we have any we start studios, we have anybody. Forest Park High School PTSA, I know we have Forest Park High School PTSA, and I start from on up. You all, it's here for you all. Falcon Design Consultant. Hey, come on. Thank you so much for your donation. Robinson Weeks Partner. Technique Concrete Construction. That's some work. Chick-fil-A Dwarfhouse. Helping Hand, Helping Hand. Clayton County Council PTAs. And then this goes to someone lives in my ward, and she comes to every single thing that I do. She's always here to lend a helping hand, always working real hard. Matter of fact, one of our volunteers could not get in the door because she was manning the door, and she said, "Well, your name is not on there, so you can't come in." And that's Miss Carolyn Frank.
That's one of our local president. Oh, bad girl, come on. Got it. Council, Mr. Price, stay here. Oh, he did the agenda, you should know.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay, so the next item is a proclamation, so there, Mr. Oscar. Yes, you can come forward. Okay, so, so this proclamation is as follows. Whereas Georgia 811, a renowned software corporation dedicated to preventing damage to the state's underground utilities by connecting companies with professional excavators and homeowners who are planning mechanized digging activities such as excavation, tunneling, and demolition. Whereas in 2005, the Federal Communications Commission designated the 811 phone number for when contacting utility operators to request the location of underground lines and the repeated dig site plans. Whereas Georgia law mandates that before beginning any mechanized digging or excavation work, individuals must contact Georgia 811 at least 48 hours, but no more than 10 working days in advance to have utility lines marked in Clayton County Utility Coordinating Committee has partnered with Georgia 811 notification system to promote high quality education and notification services as it relates to the execution process. Whereas notification is a shared responsibility, and by using safe digging practices, residents in the city of Forest Park to save time, money, and help keep our infrastructure safe and connected. Now, therefore, here is all. The City Council of Forest Park hereby recognizes August 11th as Forest Park 811 Day and reminds both city residents and contractors to use the state's free resource to ensure their personal safety and the safety of those around them. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go out of order a little bit. Yes, the council is already up here. We're gonna jump down to the recognition of employees and Councilwoman Wells. I'm gonna allow you to have. In an effort to further recognize the following for the first group who have received
So I would just like to say, I think everyone that knows me or knows about me, like our residents and our employees are my main priority. And it makes me feel good. I know people get tired of things, but a little girl growing up in 24, I didn't know our elected officials, I didn't know our police officers. So the men and women of the fire department and the police department to put their lives on the line, to help save lives of our community, just to come and give more than you expect. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the community. And I also think when we recognize employees, it boosts the morale. And some people may come in just to collect the check, but when they see that they have people, elected officials and coworkers that actually care, they'll do a little more. And so I just want to say thank you to these officers, these employees for doing a little more. You know, it's your job to protect and serve, but a lot of you go above it. When the community. So first, Officer Randall Boone. Now, great. Okay, from the fire department. Joseph Key. Okay. Sergeant Brittany Sparks from the police department. Hey, y'all, you look good out there. Okay. Julia Gatlin from the fire department. Officer Paris Thomas. Officer Ronaldo Pope. Officer Eric Allen. Officer Sky Dobbs. Thank you. Thank you for Christina Shelton. Detective Marvin Malone. And Officer Akil Frederick. And so I want to say thank you guys so much. And so after, and I want to go ahead and push it up, where the mayor wants to go ahead and push it up. So we have dinner for you and your family down at the city center. So thank you all so much for everything that you do. And I hope this boosts the morale and inspire our other employees to go above and beyond. Thank you all.
Come on, get in there, Jimmy.
Do it no more. The next two is PD. Oh, yeah, okay, so the next two items I'll allow our Chief of Police, Mr. Chris, to come to the podium, and he'll have the floor for the presentation of the Forest Park Police Department logo and seal, and in recognition of the Officer of the Month.
Good evening once again. Good evening. Extremely excited about this. So the Forest Park Police Department recently completed a rebranding project for both the agency's logo and seal in order to better improve brand awareness and overall communication with the citizens, businesses, and community stakeholders. Strong branding is extremely necessary to establish any law enforcement agency as credible, reliable, and above all, trustworthy. The color palettes used in the new logo help emphasize the department's commitment to service, integrity, and respect through quality policing. We partnered with LeVar Norsworthy. I think he's here. If you'll come up just to stand with me, he's with Mark Norsworthy, Norsworth and Company, and he helped us design our new look. This new look goes along with Mr. Clark's One Forest Park initiative. So if I could get everyone to focus their attention to the screen, just so you all can see the new look for the police department. At the top is our new shoulder patch. And I have one of my officers here, Officer Pope. Now, mind you, I have on the old patch, and this patch has been in existence for almost 30+ years. And we are in a new place at the Forest Park Police Department. So this new rebrand helps show that. So if you will, just take a look at this new patch that he has, a little bit more modern, sleek, and clean. The next slide, please.
Modern chief.
Huh?
Modern.
Modern. And these will be our new vehicles. So it's a little difficult to see, but I have these two vehicles parked out front so everyone can go out and take a look. So the vehicle to the right is a navy blue with our color palette, and then the vehicle to our left is silver. The blue vehicles will only be driven by lieutenants and above, and the vehicles and all of the silver vehicles will be driven by sergeants and the remaining officers. This rebranding of the agency will not cost the taxpayers any dollars because I'm using forfeiture funds to help fund this initiative and project. Thank you.
Well, wait, you have the Employee of the Month. You have the Officer of the Month, but the vehicles are out front, correct?
Yes, they are.
So if anyone wants to see them live and in person, you may do so, and they'll remain until the conclusion of the meeting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And lastly, is Officer of the Month recognition. This is a newly implemented program that recognizes officers for the Forest Park Police Department for outstanding service to the citizens and businesses of Forest Park. The program was implemented to boost morale and acknowledge our officers that have gone above and beyond the call of service. So during the month of June 2023, Officer Aiken Frederick and Detective Marvin Malone were the most productive and most active officers within the agency. Officer Frederick excelled in the following areas: citizen contacts, traffic enforcement, law enforcement, and written reports. Officer Frederick overall work performance led him to be selected and recognized as Officer of the Month. And then Detective Malone. Detective Malone responded to and investigated a call for service where there was a loss of life. Detective Malone worked countless long hours without complaint and was able to identify the suspect involved, charge the suspect with the appropriate charges, and locate the weapon used during the crime, and take the suspect into custody. His exceptional work ethic and dedication make him stand out among his peers. If I could get Detective Malone to join me at the podium, and if we all could just give him a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Good work.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Let's see. So I'm going to ask if we can have a motion to recess our regular meeting and open the first of our public hearing, which would be the approval on the conditional use permit for the self-storage units at 4140 Jonesboro Road. Not right now. We need to recess the regular meeting and open up the first of our public hearing for 4140 Jonesboro Road self-storage units. Is there a motion?
So move.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Now, per our charter, 10 minutes is allotted per side. So 10 minutes in totality for all those who wanted to speak in favor of this conditional use permit, and then 10 minutes for those who wanted to speak out against the conditional use permit would be allotted. And so I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wanted to speak in favor of this conditional use permit, you may line up at the podium.
Good evening.
Good
Joe
evening.
Rella, architect, Monroe Drive, Atlanta, Georgia. This facility is entirely a tenant finish inside the
Wait,
building.
sorry, can the time start, please? You may proceed.
And it's 100% at the request of the existing tenants. They were all asking if we could provide some kind of storage for them inside the facility. And the line we put in there about possibly having the public use it just in case somebody thought that they might want to come along and rent it, but that's not the focus. There's not going to be any new construction other than probably a canopy over the rear door, just for weather purposes. And I just found out this evening about the business license aspect of it. It seems like that's going to be the main holdup. So do I understand correctly that if we take care of that everybody's generally in favor of this?
Well, sir, this is just your time to speak. It's not a question and answer at this point.
Well, does anybody have any questions?
Were you done with your time?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that wanted to speak in favor of? Okay, thank you.
I thank you.
Is there anyone that wanted to speak in opposition of or against any portion of this conditional use permit? You may line up at the podium now. All right, not having anyone, I'm going to ask for a motion to close out the public hearing for the conditional use permit for 4140 Jonesboro Road.
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any discussion? All right.
Question.
Yes.
So I guess with right now, with everybody, I guess, or the majority not being in favor with them approving this until they get their license, do they have to wait a certain amount of time, or can this be on the next agenda if their licenses are approved?
They would have to wait. If it's disapproved, they would have to wait 6 months. Alternatively, if they withdrew the application, then it could come back earlier than that.
I guess, could we table it? Would that make a difference if we don't disapprove it at this point? That way they don't have to wait 6 months?
You could table your vote to a date certain. That's possible.
And when that would give us time to, like approve all the licenses or disapprove?
Or whatever other conditions might be an issue.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Now I'm going to call for the vote. Is there a motion on the approval of the conditional use permit for the self-storage unit at 4140 Jonesboro Road?
I motion we table this item.
Well, the motion on the floor is for an approval. So you want to make a motion to table?
Yes.
All right. The motion on the floor is to table by Councilman Gutierrez. There's a second by Councilman Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, a question came up when he was speaking and he said that there will be no new construction. So are we talking about something that's existing on the back of the building? Or is there gonna be a new construction? I'm confused now about what the
Right there.
storage is.
Oh, it's, ma'am, it's entirely within the structure. It's unused space at this point.
Okay, it's already,
We're
it's,
just gonna put walls and doors inside.
got you. I didn't realize that.
Oh, I didn't realize that either.
I didn't even.
It's within the structure itself?
Yes, sir.
Wait, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I can't remember your name. Please come to the podium. Ms. Irons.
Oh, yeah, I'm confused. I thought storage unit was there.
Can you please answer the question that was brought forth?
So
Yes.
you got it.
Yes, Mayor and Council. It would be an interior renovation. He would be doing a outer canopy over the door. So that would be the exterior, and based on the other conditions, he would have to ensure the lighting in the rear of the facility and also exit and entry.
Councilman Antoine?
No question.
Councilman Gutierrez? Any
So
questions or
this is
comments?
all inside? The only thing outside is the canopy?
Yes.
Okay. Take it out. I guess I
Oh,
would.
wait, let me go down the rest for the questions. Councilwoman Wells?
Yeah, I think you gotta forgive me, because I was confused. I was thinking there were gonna be storage units outside. And the people inside with the business were gonna store their things there. So I was totally confused. So, yeah, I would be in favor of that.
Councilman Mears? All right, thank you. Councilman Gutierrez, would you like to withdraw?
Yes, ma'am.
State it, please,
I withdraw my motion
to table the
to
item.
table the item.
And what's the new motion?
And what's the new motion?
No, and what is the new motion you want
Oh.
to make?
Same one. Girl, the same one.
What, to approve the item?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
I second.
Just one, Mayor Butler.
Yes, sir.
There are several conditions that
Yes.
staff and the planning commission has recommended.
So let me restate my motion, please. I make a motion that we approve this item based upon the conditions that the staff has recommended.
All right.
Second.
Now, second by Councilwoman Wells. I will call for the vote. Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears. All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion to recess our regular meeting and open up our second public hearing for the approval of the rezoning from RS to GC for 4233 Thurman Road?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. As with the other public hearing per our charter, 10 minutes is allotted per side. So those that wanted to speak in favor of this rezoning may come to the podium now.
Mayor Butler, we do have the attorney for the applicant with us on Zoom, as he couldn't be here. If you would allow him the opportunity to speak.
All right, so you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Newton Galloway, 406 North Hill Street in Griffin, law firms Galloway and Lindell. And I represent Ms. Namra Qureshi, who is the owner of TR1 USA, which is the owner of the store. She's present with you tonight with Mr. Nurali Samani, who is helping her with the redevelopment. And also there's a representative of the owner, which is Ken Enterprises, Inc., along with my law clerk, Mr. Hunter Wallace. And I apologize for not being there, but when the hearing was moved to the 17th, I was already scheduled to be out of town. And I would like to thank Ms. Gardner and Ms. Iron and Mr. Clark for working with me to allow me to appear by Zoom. In your workshop earlier this evening, you received a thorough report from Ms. Iron and a recommendation of approval with conditions. And we support the staff recommendation and consent to the conditions that the staff has proposed. This is a difficult piece of property because it is a small tract. It has historically been used as a convenience store, and then it was destroyed by fire. And as a result of the provisions in your ordinance, this required this to come back before you to reestablish a non-conforming use, to also be zoned commercially and to have the variances approved because of the size of the property. And I would also like to tell Mr. Clark that I'm not following him as he moves from jurisdictions as we have a long personal history, and it's good to see him in the format and in the position as your new city manager. So we would ask that you approve the rezoning and the conditions, and that covers the ability of the property to be redeveloped and allow Ms. Qureshi to be able to reestablish her store. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Is there anyone that wanted to speak against the rezoning of 4233 Thurman Road? All right, not having anyone line up, is there a motion to close out this public hearing?
So I'll second.
Okay, that was Councilwoman Wells and Councilwoman James made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I am going to call for the vote. Councilwoman James.
Make a motion
Oh,
that
yeah,
we
the
approve.
motion, I'm sorry.
I make a motion that we approve this item with the conditions of the staff.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Planning Commission.
Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, is there a motion to recess the regular meeting and open up our third public hearing for the conditional use permit at 5370 Ash Street?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. As stated previously, anyone who wanted to speak in favor of this conditional use permit may line up at the podium now.
How y'all doing?
Hello.
My name is Kelvin Waters. I'm the owner of the property. I think the young lady said that the church is different from the school. The church is a part of the school. When I purchased the property because as a Christian private school, my church had to be affiliated with the school. But I'm asking the board to just vote on the school and the daycare. The only reason that when I submitted it, that we was trying to do AA, because before I bought the property, it was an AA there for 23 years. So we was trying to get back into the community and help out the community. So we was adding things inside the church to help. We didn't know it had to be different, or we wouldn't have put it in there. Because we thought, because the school and the church were one entity, that, we could put everything all up on umbrella. And another thing is that being said, we was trying to explain the zoning. The school have school hours, and the AA meeting was coming in the evening time. So it was not going to clash at the same time. But again, thank y'all for your time. And last time I was here, it was something about the accreditation I did. And my accreditation people do a letter for you guys, if y'all want to see it. But I think the school will do a great thing here. They've been doing good for 15 years. We're going into 16 years this year, that we can help a lot of kids and get them off the street and show them different ways. And we can partner up and help build these kids up instead of tearing them down and put them out of school where we got a school where we taking kids in that people don't want. And we just bringing them in and developing them. So again, that's what the church and the school about, is building kids up. That's all.
Thank you. My name is Pastor Summit. I am the pastor of that church, and I've been here in Forest Park pastoring for 23 years. And to have Mr. Waters to bring the school part of the church will be a great asset to the community, along with other stuff that we do. To piggyback on what he said, prior to us getting this building, Ash Street was there. They had 2 AA groups that meet on Tuesday nights and Thursday night at 7 o'clock. I had the opportunity to join in those meetings a couple of times to speak to the guys there. And these kind of stuff helps. So we're asking you to give us the opportunity to serve Forest Park again. Thank you.
Anyone who wanted to speak against the conditional use permit for 5370 Ash Street. You may line up at the podium now. Yes, ma'am. Set the time.
My name is Connie Robbins, and I live on Madison Street, which is very close to the church. And I'm opposing the rezoning the historic Ash Street Baptist Church. It should stay as a religious icon representing our faith in God. Please don't let this change to something never intended to be zoned for. My parents, myself, and my children were baptized at Ash Street Baptist Church. My grandson went to their preschool, and he's serving the Navy now, and I'm real proud of him. But I just think it's not what it's intended for. It's intended as a church. It's in a residential area, and we're within 2 blocks of the alternative school on Ash Street. So they don't need all this other stuff in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am going to ask for a motion to close out the public hearing and reopen our regular meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So I am going to ask for a motion on this item.
I make a motion that we table it until they get their paperwork to how they mean for it to be. I say we table it and give them time.
All right, that was a motion to table by Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
So yes, I just want to make sure that when it comes back, that has a little bit more clarity. I do understand that it's not a rezoning. I think one of the person mentioned it's a conditional use permit, but I want to understand, is it currently being used as a church and we're just asking for conditional use for these other things to be used, or is it not a church? I'm completely confused at this point whether or not it's operating as a church, operating as a school, and requiring these conditional uses. Thank you.
It's Councilwoman James. To our knowledge, it is not operating as a church currently, based on the history of the property and the conditional use permit that was submitted. They are submitting it on the basis of trying to operate it as the uses that were proposed in the application. So none of the uses that were proposed to staff mentioned it being operable as a church.
Okay, so question that I have for you. Is the property, okay, I know the property is a church. Well, I know it was bought, it's a church. I mean, it's a building, it's a church building.
Correct.
So if I purchase the property and it's a church, do I have to get a conditional use to operate as a church, or can I operate as a church as it is since it's a church?
So places of assembly as well as religious places do both have to have a conditional use permit to operate in the single family residential district.
I guess another aside to that, Attorney Williams, would be if the business relocates in there or the church relocates in there before the non-conformance period expires, then you do not have to get a conditional use because you're still within that non-conformance period. However, if you're outside of that non-conforming period, then to Ms. Iron's point, sir, you do have to have a conditional use permit. And one of the things I will articulate what she's referencing is our LUPA, and that governs places of assembly, et cetera, just to add you some additional clarity. And one of the understandings that I have from staff relative to this item is that as you are confused as to the use, so was the Planning Commission and staff relative to the intent of the actual facility in which they're trying to house there.
And Councilwoman James, if I might add, typically when we receive applications from parties or business owners who want to operate as a church, that is listed on their application. So nowhere on the application listed that they want to operate as a church. It was, all of the different uses that they would like to operate as.
Okay. So I would get, well, I'm just gonna say that possibly, your, Mr. Waters and your team might need to seek clarity as to what you need to put on your application. The process for your application. I don't know if this is the time to discuss it
They
here.
could have a separate meeting with our city attorney and staff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you can know, because we're gonna table it, but so you'll know what to, because I mean, I don't know what to approve.
No.
still got time to talk.
Yeah. Well, no, we're having a discussion right now.
okay.
Are you done? Councilman Antoine?
Yeah, I would echo that. Just make sure you get with the planning zoning committee because it sounds like a good program. It's some type of communication that's not being communicated. But yeah, during this planning time, this tabling time, with hope you get it together.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I would also, encourage you to reach out to the local, residents, so they can put them at ease with how they feel, because that building is historic to the community as well. But I'm always in favor of bringing educational resources to our community.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yeah, I piggyback off of what my colleague said, but I think too, we have to hold them accountable, but I think we have to hold ourselves accountable because I'm not even sure if they have to operate as a church. Like, where is that? Is it clear that if it was a church when they purchased it, do they have to operate as a church, or is it okay to file for the conditional use?
So based on the current zoning of that district, since it is single family residential, the additional uses, so if they wanted to say, hey, they came to staff and said, I want to operate as a private school or a daycare center, we can approve that based on the conditional use permit to planning commission. But when there's other items presented that are not a permitted use within the code, then we would have to deny it based on those factors.
Councilman Mears? No. Okay, yeah, there's so much confusion surrounding this. And I do want to remind the governing body that we're in this predicament largely because during the first go around 6 months ago, there was a fraudulent document that was turned over to elected officials, which is a crime. And so coming here now, and I don't know what all you guys, well, all I know is what we were given. And now for you to stand before us to say, well, we don't want that, we wanted this, it just adds to so much confusion of what you guys really want to do in that facility. And prior to receiving that fraudulent document, I didn't question the necessity of the school that you are trying to bring to the community. And I actually heard great things about it, but the attempt to defraud a government is something I cannot and will not let go of. So I don't know what you have now, but I would advise you to take heed to what the council is saying, get everything in order as to what it is you actually want to do, and then we'll do the follow-up and verifying all the documents that you submit. So the motion on the floor is to table the item. Councilwoman James? Calling for the vote. Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes.
Is there a motion to recess the regular meeting and open up our public hearing on the rezoning of RS to RM for Scott Road?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman Wells,
I'll second.
Councilwoman James. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Now, all those who want to speak in favor of the rezoning, and do you have the, who want to speak in favor of this rezoning, you may line up at the podium now.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we put these two items that are the exact same thing together, even though they're two separate parcels?
No.
No, you can streamline the consideration of the second one based on the same information, but you have to deal with them separately.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I am Lorenzo Kendrick with Divine Dream Homes ATL. We are bringing these 30 to 35.
Talk into the microphone, please.
30 to 35 unit townhomes to Forest Park. It also in lines with your Forest Park comprehensive project plan as far as wanting to add
at least 3,000 households by 2025. We also are going to have a workforce program to where we are going to be putting closing costs for police and fire departments, employees and paramedics of $5,000 for their closing costs within this. So we are trying to invest in the neighborhood as well. And also just bring you guys to update your housing. A lot of you also have some areas to where you want your certain employers to be able to bring certain residents to this side of town and to where they'll be able to have a short drive to work. And at the end of everything, I think certain things that will happen with us bringing this to your community, it would also bring extra property taxes to where the city can invest that in other projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, those who wanted to speak against, you may line up at the podium now.
Mayor, council members, my name is Frank Holtzclaw. I live at 738 Scott Road. I've got some valid concerns about the property, what they're wanting to put down here. Scott Road, if I tell you a little bit about it, is 500-foot long. There's one way in and one way out. And when you go to get out or get in, you're fighting traffic at the liquor store that's right there at the same stop sign. And there's a MARTA bus stop at the same stop sign. There's a lot of crazy traffic coming up and down through there on Jonesboro Road, Scott Road. They use a turning lane like it's an express lane. And I just don't know how possibly 32 cars can exist down what now is a 500-foot road. After they do the construction, it's going to be a lot shorter. And I'm also concerned about, is this community, multifamily community, is this going to have a homeowners association? Or are they going to be rentals? Or are they going to be for sale? We've heard at one meeting, they were going to start at $275,000, and there was also going to be some low income. And I'm also worried about the crime. Now, changed from 19 to 16 townhomes. Okay. And they're going to be nice the way I hear it, which that looks nice to someone that's in the criminal doings. I mean, yeah, you come down and say, oh, look at all these. That's nice. Maybe I can thieve some of it. But no, why would you? When there's 16 homes right here, let's hit these 3 little homes with the senior citizens in them. I mean, that's how I look at it. Or there are also going to be deed restrictions on the HOA. But I'm also looking at how this is going to be set up. How many dumpsters does it take to support that many units? And where are they going to be located? Near us or over at the cemetery? Right next door. I'm sure when you go visit your loved ones that lived in Forest Park their whole life, you don't want to smell this dumpster stuff going on. Or you're going to put it at JB Hunt with the 7,000 volt security fence, or White Volvo on the other side of it. I hope you don't put it by our neighbor's house where she's got to smell and look at it. I'm also thinking about the noise. You got an extra 32 cars and I don't know how many tenants are going to be down there. This is a quiet little road. We built a new home down there a few years ago because this is where we retired at in Forest Park, Georgia. We put a lot of expense. We put above head noise canceling insulation, all our walls. We put under our floor noise canceling insulation, under our crawl space, everything. We spent everything we had on this house because it's been peaceful and quiet down there our whole lives. But to come in with that much, it's going to overpopulate that little road, and that can't help but take down our value of our property. Who wants to come if we had to move, which we don't want to? Our cemetery lots, if you cut through the property across from us, is 300 foot away where we plan on being buried. And I just don't think it's fair to come up and uproot us and put all this extra stuff on us. And now I'm thinking about the roads. Whose property are they going to take to widen the roads? Ours? I don't know. But I had different information. I actually have a open record request for the crime in this area and the traffic accidents and so forth, but it hasn't came in yet. And if I need more information to present this to y'all get a better understanding how this is going to hurt us, I would like to, I've heard the word, put it on the table and until my open records come. I guess that may be all I have to say that I can think of right now.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kay?
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor.
Hello.
Not a good speaker at all. Put me in the kitchen though, and I can bake. Love it.
Cakes are the best.
I was born and I was raised there on Scott Road. All I remember is gravel road, barefooting. I love it. It started as 7 homes, all family. Now it's down to 3 homes. I seen deer this morning sitting out having my coffee. Just to think that those little wooded trees there that we have left that stops the buffering of JB Hunt and the scenery of the cemetery and just what little bit of privacy of the woods we have. It's like I'm out in a forest. I love Forest Park. I don't really know how much to say. I have wrote, I have thought, matter of fact, I've wrote out. I'm to the point to where all I got to say is this is really going to be heartbreaking. I can understand if 3, 4 homes go up there. I would love it. $275,000. Oh, I would jump for joy. I would love neighbors. But y'all have just got to consider how I feel about townhomes. A lot of people bring in other things up and down the road. The road is small. I know each and every one of y'all have seen it. You've been there probably. And only thing I asked, and I'm not going to take up a lot of time because I said I wouldn't. Only thing I asked of you is I'm not asking for you not to allow this to pass. I'm begging to consider possible homes versus 16 townhomes. I beg and I plead. I'm 64 years old. I'm disabled. What quality of life I have left is baking. I love it. I love the privacy of just looking out. I had that house rebuilt. It was a little old country house. We come back here to retire. I love Forest Park. I love it. I just don't want to, I don't want to leave, but I'm scared. I'm scared. I want neighbors, but I don't want that many. Again, thank y'all for everything. And thanks a lot.
Thank you. And now, Miss Alice, you only have 2 minutes, but we do have another public hearing.
Alice Hummel, and I live at the far end where all the woods are on that side. Only thing I'm asking, I wish they could build single homes around. And then I'm saying like this too, right quick. And if they do decide to build, I'd like to get it in there. I'd like to have an 8-foot private fence from my property to where their property from the back, all the way back from the line, all the way down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there a motion to close out this public hearing and reconvene into our regular meeting?
So
That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second? Councilwoman Wells? Any further discussion? There is?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I thank you for the public comments. So I mean, I do want, I understand the mayor's urge to get new development here. I can't echo that as much as like you're right about that, but at what cost? And I honestly haven't gone down Scott Road. I don't know what it looks like, to be honest with you. I've driven by it in Jonesboro Road, but I've never gone down there and seen it. And I got this Friday, so I'm not confident in approving this currently. That's just myself. I am all about new development, but I also want to make sure that we are respecting the people that are here. As much as I want, neighbors that can afford these $300,000 homes, I also want to make sure we're taking care of the people that are here. And it just sounds like it does sound like a lot. I don't know. I have to go see. I'm seeing it in the map, but I'm more of a visual person in person. So that's just how I currently feel about this. But I'm excited that these developers chose Forest Park. But many developers are going to choose Forest Park because of our proximity. I don't want us to get caught up in anyone who comes here with a shiny coin. We desperately jump to them
Oh, no,
because.
that's not the case.
Okay, nobody said that.
You just said,
Yeah, but I'm not saying it was you.
no.
Are
but the
you gonna
point
talk or
is-
am I talking?
Well, I
I'm
just have to
sorry.
correct that because
Okay,
that was a
thank you.
misnomer.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't do that. So with that being said, I'm just not ready to approve this currently right now, but y'all are more than welcome to do whatever it is. I just thank you, the young man, for the presentation, and thank you for the neighbors for speaking up.
Councilman Wells?
yes, it's crazy because I'm dealing with the same thing in my ward. Somebody felt like it was okay to put a transfer station in the middle of a community. So I agree with you all 110%. This street, and I've been there, and I've sat in Ms. Kay's house and I've spoken to her. And it's good to see you. But I don't think it's fair, and I agree with Councilman Gutierrez. Yes, we want development, but we want to take care of the people that's here right now. Because they've been ignored for a long time. Transfer station, for example. I agree with them. Single homes, they want neighbors, but they have been the only family on that street. So who are we who work for them to come in and say, here, deal with it? I don't operate like that. I won't operate like that. And I think the residents who we work for should have a say in what they have to deal with. And it's already bad enough that they have to deal with the trucking companies and the traffic from that, the noise from that. And it's dear to me. I'm just gonna be honest, it's dear to me because before walking into this meeting, I was on the phone with Ms. Thompson in my ward, who said they feel neglected by council, by the mayor and council, because they have to live on the same street where a transfer station is, and nobody's doing anything about it. So no, do I think we should vote on it to approve it? No, you come back with something else, single family home, then yeah, we sit back down and talk about it. But to force them to have to deal with something that they haven't dealt with, and if you ride down the street, you'll see it's not gonna be like somebody's riding through Forest Park and they can see it off the road. No, it's a small street with 3 homes. And I think we need to consider their families. And I think it will say a lot about us as elected officials. If you haven't seen it, to go and see it and see exactly where it is and tell me, would you want to retire there? Would you want to move your mother or your father there, knowing that these townhomes were finna be built and this is all they know? This is their little street. Who are we?
Councilman Mears?
Well, I agree with Ms. Wells for the second time this year.
You better.
People have been there a long time. It's a small area. They told us that they're willing to compromise with some kind of building or construction there. They would like to have neighbors and stuff, but not to that magnitude. So I would like to suggest, if it's in order, to table the situation to find out if we can come to some kind of reasonable conclusion with the builder and the people that's there, because they've been there forever, and work out something that would be feasible for everybody.
So,
Councilwoman James.
okay. So I know Mr. Frank and Miss Kay. And she does know how to bake. This is really a tough situation for a council person to be in for me. Because I am very aware that we have housing stock issues in the city of Forest Park. I know that we want our city to continue to grow. And I know we have to have something that's of quality that will cause people to want to move to Forest Park. I do know Scott Road. I've been to Ms. Kay and Mr. Frank's house many times. I remember when the first development came that wanted to do some work over there, and it was a commercial company, and we were like, no, this is a residential area. So, I've had conversations with Mr. Frank and Ms. Kay, and they know. And what I told them when I left the home is that I'm leaning towards approval. But I would have an open mind and I would hear what is being said. And so I will agree to table. However, I do believe we need housing stock. I know that Mr. Lorenzo has agreed to do some work on the roads. I know that was a major thing for you, how the roads is gonna impede. But you know, I, as a council person, don't want to stop progress in our city. However, I don't want to impact the quality of life for our legacy residents as well. And I believe that there is a balance that can be made with that, in that we can improve our city as well as continue to maintain good quality for our residents. And I think that working with our police department to ensure that area, I know they've already done some work. I've talked to you about it. I know they've already done some work with the McDonald's over there, with the loitering that's happening over there, to combat any crime from the other side coming in. But I just don't want to impede the progress that our city has the potential of making. So like I said, I will agree to table and continue to see what we can do. I don't know if the developer will even agree to do anything smaller or anything different. But you know, this is high, in my mind, this is high quality. And it may seem like it's a lot, but when you have townhomes that are right there together, it's like a big house. But I understand there's a lot of people, you're saying there's a lot of people coming. So, I mean, it's tough being in this position, you know, it really is. So, like I said to the council, I will agree to table, but to see if there's something else that we can kind of work around. But if the developer is not willing to do anything, I would lean in favor of approval. I really would, because I just know where we are, and I know we need some housing stock.
Thank you. Now, is there a motion to close out this public hearing?
Well, quick question,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
what would we be tabling? What would we be tabling it for? To give
So-
only them, like other developers can come in too, right? And what-
No, I would say table it to have well, for me personally, I don't know about Councilman Gutierrez, but I would say tabling it to have a discussion with the developer to see if they're willing to do something else other than townhomes. developers. I know that this is a long process for them because I went back and did a little history of, how we got to this point of where we are, because this is the first time it's ever come before us as a council. Of course, we were informed of the other developer that came that wanted to do the commercial business. I think you remember that, Councilwoman Wells. But as far as this project, I think there were so many different variants that he was trying to do with the initial property that he was trying to develop there that never came before council because it kept getting rejected from the planning commission. So now they're just at the point now where planning commission has approved it. It's before us. And so I think that in all fairness, he has done a whole lot to try to come in compliance with what we as a city say we want. So that's kind of where I am.
You going down the line? Well, let's close it out and then we gotta open it up for the vote either way, whichever, if you guys want to table it or what, and then we'll have another round of discussion. So, is there a motion to close out this public hearing?
So move.
That was Councilman
I think we already
call
made
for the vote. Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion on this item?
Make a motion, we table this agenda item.
All right, motion to table by Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Now, any further discussion, Councilwoman James? Councilman Antoine?
No.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, I would like a tour of this area and
Me
just
too.
to hear from the developer, what is it that you plan to do over there and outside of these pictures? I plan on visiting Scott Road as well.
Councilwoman Wells?
Well, I had a question. Well, yeah. So would you, because we are tabling it to give him time to come back to see if it was something else that he would want to do. So is it something else that you would want to do? Would you be willing to put single family homes versus townhomes? I don't know. Can you come now?
I will let you come forward.
And two, again, and I wholeheartedly agree. I agree. We need the housing stock. We need it. We do. But at the end of the day, we don't want our residents that have already been here to be uncomfortable. And like I said, if you ride down Scott, you'll see, like nobody's gonna ride down Scott and say, oh, I want to move to Forest Park. I guarantee you. We have property where people can develop. We have a lot of property where people can develop. And I will be contradicting myself if I say yes to this, but fighting to have the transfer station removed.
Yeah. Councilman Mears?
Yeah, I don't know, the building codes and zonings and all that. I would like to see or hear, or whether somebody bring it to us, the room that it would take to put that many condominiums or in that area right across from those people. I knew the guy that wanted to do it before, Scott, whatever it was. Been knowing him 30 years and we hadn't spoke since because I didn't vote for him to be there to put an electrical shop or a business over there. I'm in agreement for the table because we need more information to get to work together with these people that's made their home over there and try to get some kind of compromise where both parties come out.
All right, thank you. The motion is to table. Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Now, we do have the second item, and so I don't know if you wanted to, sir, if you wanted to address some of these comments, but I'm going to ask for a motion to recess our regular meeting and open up our last of our public hearing for the rezoning from RS to RM for Scott Road.
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. So, what is it? Oh, I can't remember your name, sir. Lorenzo, yes. So you have the floor. If there's anything you wanted to add or comment on, and I know Councilman Mears, this is the renderings for it, if that helps answer some of your questions, but you have the floor, sir.
Yes, I brought a single family neighborhood to this same development over a year ago. I am not trying to outcast these neighbors. I would like this to just to be a bigger community. That's why we are adding playgrounds. That's why we're adding dog parks. If you build it, they will come. It doesn't matter if they can see it from the expressway. If you make something nice like this in your area, in your town, in your city, they will come. The reason why we are not building low model stuff, because that brings a different type of neighbor. You know, so if we having high-end neighbors come in, it's not gonna be crime. The reason why we're investing into the police, because we want the police to live in this neighborhood as well, and the firemen and the paramedics, because it'll be a knit community. I know Ms. K and everybody, change is hard. We understand it. But it has to be changed. In the words of Ms. K, when I asked her 3 different ways, I said, how you want me to put it? Can I do it this way? Can I do it this way? I'd rather for it be woods and deteriorate forever. I said, well, Ms. K, I cannot let it just be woods forever.
All right, Ms. K, you'll have the opportunity to speak.
So within everything that they were saying, with JB Hunt being there, they had to pressure wash their homes. The way we built this neighborhood is to block them from JB Hunt issues, to block them from the noise, is to expand the streets so that they can have sidewalks also. So people even biking in and out. It's other pictures that have both sides. You have 1.6 acres on one side, you have 1.6 acres on the opposite side. So it's big enough in this area to support this. He also said something about trash. Each individual townhome will have their own trash cans, just like a house. I just don't know what else to do, because I've been here the last year and a half trying to get something through the planning, and I done brought multiple things to the city that I'm trying to support, and I'm a year and a half in now, so I don't know what else to do. I have brought multiple things. I think this will be great for the city. I think it'll be great even for the neighbors. But change is hard. And thank you.
Thank you. All right, so those, if you wanted to speak, again, against this rezoning, 10 minutes.
Mr. I can't even call his name. He come down the road. I walked out to see who he was. And
Excuse me, can you speak into the mic?
Speaking to the mic, Ms. K.
he was basically telling me that there was going to be something put here. The property is not going to just sit here and deteriorate. It's been too long now. And I said, he asked me what I thought I would want. And I said, the trees still left. He said, well, there's going to be something here, no matter what. You have to say, there's something. It's been too long now. Something's going to be here. So I said, well, we'll just have to go in at the hearing or whatever. Again, he could put 4 homes on each property, 1 home on each property, four homes, beautiful homes. I don't care. I mean, I want neighbors, but in the acts, I don't care how beautiful. It's just a lot of people to throw at us. The impact of the whole, I don't know how many years of making in and out the road and doing the roads. I'm just not hard. I'm just not trying to be hard to get along with. Ms. Wells knows when you live somewhere all your life and you see something thrown on you that fast, it's fast. I would love to see a home go up. 275,000, supposedly that's what he's saying they're going to be at. And then he turns around and says for the end of the meeting at the planning and zoning that it's going to be for low income as well. So it's just, if y'all just who hasn't been down the road, I would just appreciate if we could do like a table right now, and just consider and let us get our everything. But it's just going to be, it's going to be hard. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Is there a motion to close up? Oh. This is again.
I just couldn't sit in my chair and not respond to this, because a lot of times, certainly we want economic development in this community, and I certainly want it more than anyone. But anybody would know that I work on issues related to environment and climate. And as we're experiencing heat waves and considering tree cover, This is a situation that the trees that she's speaking of are probably older than most of you. And when you take them out, it takes that much time to come back. And so as we're defined as the city for every season, we don't want seasons to be 120 degrees and unbearable. So while it seems efficient and it's a marker we can point to, I really appeal. We all underestimate the value of trees. And our city will become more and more livable the more trees that we are careful to preserve. And that those $200,000 or $300,000 homes, if you have trees in vicinity, you can imagine a couple of $500,000 homes in proximity to the homes they already have. But we have to prioritize sustaining our natural environment because we have diminished more than we can ever restore in our lifetimes. So for me, also, like my neighbors that stood up, yeah, we're at the tail end and we're preparing for those that are coming. But if it's not green and natural and livable, what did we really do?
Is there a motion to tape or to adjourn?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So do we need to do another vote for this since it is, okay, so is there a motion on this item?
You can make a motion to table.
Okay, that was Councilman Antoine, second by Councilman Gutierrez. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor Butler, I have something.
Yes, sir.
Just so that staff is clear on these different tables, first, we need an understanding of how soon and when that tabling is. I noticed on the previous item, there was no time given. And then second, just having an understanding from the governing body relative to requests such as these, because what I see happening is that whenever a new development goes up on land that has not been built, then the individuals that have occupied that particular street are not going to want to see the development. But one of the notions that I really want to dispel is that townhomes are not just afforded to low-income communities. The second part of this is just looking at the process in which Mr. Lorenzo, which I don't know him, just looking at the process that he's went through to get to this point. He was told he couldn't do one thing. So essentially he came in with something different and then maximize his opportunities there and I think perhaps the low income notion, I've never heard that during the course of this development, but what I have heard is that this housing that he's looking to do, there would be preference to individuals such as police officers and firefighters because of a push to keep our employees living here because of the incentive that they receive. And the other thing that I want to dispel is that in a townhome community, you do not have dumpsters. Everyone has a residential garbage receptacle that is placed in front of their home, and the garbage comes to picks it up one time a week, I'm sorry. And so I want to get some direction as to, first, I understand that the governing body wishes to do a tour. And then second to that, when we are talking and out developing some of this land within the city of Forest Park, how do you guys want us to handle these type of developments? Because what you've seen is some work that Mr. Lorenzo has done, in response to the ask of staff and the planning commission to get us to this point. And I get we have to still preserve it for our legacy residents, but for us to be successful, we really got to have a understanding of where this governing body wishes to go. We are, of course, if the governing body is wishing to table this, we're fine with the table. We just need to have some direction as to what you guys want us to bring back so that we're meeting the mark relative to our communication with the developer in this case. I know I heard mention of a particular fence that could possibly be erected on this site. In addition to that, I don't know if it came out, the playground, which would be afforded to The residents that are already on the street, those are some other
They
things.
don't have kids.
Well, right, not yet, not yet. As well as the fact that one of the process improvements that we're going to try to do is, as these items are coming up before the planning commission, going ahead and shooting them out to the governing body so that any and all tours that you wish to conduct prior to the meeting, you just have the time to do it so that we can hear from the governing body, so that we can relay that information and just be consistent across the board. Because I do know, and I'm only speaking to this 1.5-year process that has happened with this particular development. You know, we just like to know where you guys would want us to go so that we can help our developers that are coming into the community.
Thank you. Councilwoman James, you want to add?
So I would say, what is this, July now? So we have a meeting coming up in August. Maybe we can have an opportunity for everyone who hasn't seen the street, to see the streets and maybe see the plans, and then maybe even have a conversation with Mr. Lorenzo. But from what I hear him saying is that there was a proposal before of some single family homes. But I don't know the whole story. So I would say we should be able to come back with a decision in August.
You said end of August?
No, in
In
August,
August.
next meeting.
Right. Councilman Antoine, is there
First
anything you
weekend
wanted to
August.
add?
Yeah, I think that's fair too. That gives me time to look at it and make the right decision. I appreciate that. Thank
Councilman-
you for the developer that's trying to invite the city employees to come work here. God bless you, man.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, thank you. And I don't want it to seem like, I've known about this the whole time. When I got the agenda, I looked at it and just based off that, I would like to, personally go out there and look at it and talk to the residents there and you, Mr. Lorenzo, give us maybe a tour of what it is that your plans are. But, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience too. It's like super late.
Really late.
Councilman Wells?
Yeah, same thing I said before. I'll say it again. I work for the residents and no, it's not my ward. But I think when we're looking into redevelopment, because it's not what we want, we're the elected officials here to serve them. So I think we need to bring the community in on some of these developments and get their ideas and what they want in their community, because it's not just up to us. We are the policymakers, the decision makers, but they have to live here. They elected us and we should hear what they want in their community. So when we're talking about what the it's cute.
Not with you.
When we're talking about what we want, because it's not just about what we want, I think we need to bring the residents of the city in to see exactly what they want. And then we bring that into fruition, but not just our ideas and what it is that we want. Say it again, it would be slapping the residents on Lamar Drive in the face to say, okay, I'm gonna vote to put townhomes here. And these 3 families that have been here all of their lives, we don't care nothing about how they feel. We should definitely take them into consideration when making this decision.
And Councilman Mears?
Excuse me, I felt like the 3 residents that live there are in a position to make some changes if we could get the other party on the other side to maybe get them together and compromise and get something that both sides can live with. I mean, it may be astronomical to the builder that he can't do that. And then there you go, you put back over there, but it's just bad to, like Ms. Wells said, you just come in and take over a place because this side's open and this side's built and run over the residents. I just feel like there's a compromise that can be made between the 2 parties where both people will come out of.
All right, thank you. So the motion is to table. Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Public comments.
We still in our meeting?
Yeah, we are. Is Miss Mansour present with us? Yeah, Mr. Waters, I just want to make sure. Now, Miss Kay and Miss Frank and Miss Alice, you guys signed up for public comments as well. Did you want to speak for public comments or was it just during the public hearing? Yeah. Oh, well, not yet. I just want to make sure. You're number 5. What'll be number 4? No, you sure? Okay, Mr. Pellegrini, you have the floor, sir. And 3 minutes on the clock, please, is allotted per speaker.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Forest Park residents. Just a couple of things just off the top of my head tonight. I want to give kudos to our new city manager. I've been very impressed with some of the ideas that have been coming out on your leaflet, in your leaf report, and in this council meeting. In particular, last council meeting discussing the feasibility for home repair fund and having the city take care of handling disbursement of any said funds that come our way on our own. I think I'm agreeing with you. I think we can do a good job of dispersing funds, coming up with protocols better than any agency we've ever contracted with before. I appreciate that. That's good thinking. A quick kudos to the click fix. Haven't gotten my issue fixed yet, but I saw it, I clicked it, and 3 hours later, I had guys from the county water department by my house looking at the issue that I had reported. I'm going to follow up with our public works person. Also, I missed this during the work session, but I appreciate the recognition of the Muslim Heritage Month. I really appreciate that. How cool would it have been to allow someone from their faith community to come in and do the invocation tonight? That would have taken this city to a whole nother level. So think about that in the future. And I'm looking forward to Fun Friday, this Friday, getting the table.
Me too.
All right, that's it.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gunn, you had down rezoning. Was it during the public? Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good afternoon.
council members, city personnel, and to our Forest Park residents. I really want to direct for the reconsideration of the previous voting of the redistricting. And I think we're giving all the facts that were needed for us to see the stress of the weight of what is coming to this city. You guys as city councils, you guys are the lawmakers, you guys govern, you guys are supposed to be here to protect us, not open the front and the back doors for persons to come in and just have their way, meaning lawsuits. There were things I heard in this in the presentation. He came in and began to talk about relining. There were things speaking about lawsuits that really just got me flared up. Saying that it's not a political thing. This is about the business. If it is about the business, why are we reconsidering tabling this and putting this down the line? If you have no political agenda in reconsidering this, and this is about the business moving forward for this city, for our residents, take care of the business at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you guys are here. We have voted you guys in to come in and make sure that monies are in position. I'm hearing different things that we need in the city, but you are able to come in and say, hey, let's table this, let's look at this down the line and open up the doors for these things to come in and ravish our finances. That is not sound judgment when it comes to business. I have an account set up for my household, how I need to manage. I'm not going to open the door for somebody to come in and come in and take monies from me. That doesn't make sense at the end of the day. So I really would want you to consider moving back to the aspects of the business, taking care of the business of this city. If it's not political, take care of the business. Do what we require for you to do, to come in and make sure that everything is sound in this city and that we are moving forward. I've never seen Mayor Butler come up and stand on this side and give a presentation. That lets me know how majorly important this thing is.
You guys are going to have to come and answer to those governing bodies when we fall short and do not meet the mandate of the time and the restrictions of what we need to do and move as a city. We are the largest city, but we sit up here acting like we're the tail end of things. If it ain't political, show us as a resident it's not political. Take care of the business for the residents of this city. You're not up here for your own personal agenda. You've been voted in, and that vote carries a lot of weight. If it ain't political, take care of the business.
Thank you. And Mr. Parker, you have the floor, sir.
How do I move this up? I'm kind of tall.
You could take it off, I believe.
All right. Yeah. Howdy, this will probably only get him more promotions, but let me start by saying Anthony Morgan should not be on the police force. I've had
Okay, wait, let
problems
me
with
see
you,
it.
Mayor, as well as many other
Mr.
members.
Parker, I'm sorry. Stop his time, please. So let me remind, for the public comments, all comments are directed to the chair.
Yeah, I'm saying.
And so,
it
and
said
let me
howdy.
finish. And so we will not use names. And so again, just direct all comments
I can't.
to the
use
chair.
names.
No. You may start his time.
Howdy, this will probably only get him more promotions, but let me start by saying Officer Morgan should not be on the police force.
Okay, that was
That-
your last warning.
I've had problems with you, Mayor, as well as members of the council and government going back years. Mayor, you rolled your eyes when that lady asked about an 8-foot fence. How horrible is that representation of our city, Mayor? Is Technique providing their services to these townhomes? When I came to the council or previous city managers, I was never met with answers, but always excuses. Then what would follow is retaliation from officials and police. This isn't new. I've come here to talk about retaliation before. If anyone has been around paying attention, they've heard me say these things for years. The same things. Forest Park Police and city officials continually retaliate against me for breaking no laws, but holding them accountable and asking questions. I was illegally detained by Forest Park Police last May because I was white and suspicious, in the words of the caller. I'm not sure when that became a crime in Forest Park, but could the council please look into decriminalizing that? We have a new police chief, and I was told to give him a chance. I would love to come before you and say the new chief has solved all the problems and I am no longer retaliated against. This is not the case. I was walking in the park a few weeks ago and there were about 40 other people using park that day. I was committing no crimes and causing no problems. So why did 7 police cars show up at various times in 45 minutes and shadow me, follow me, and 4 officers make contact with me? The police officers who contacted me, I did not see contact any other resident in the park that day. Then why the interest in me? My first contact was officer, can't say, who pulls up beside me and asks me how I'm doing, gets out of his vehicle and asks me if I'm okay, breaking no laws and walking on the sidewalk. Told him I was okay and he was free to go. He did get back in his patrol car finally. At the same time, another officer who was obviously shadowing me as well in his patrol car because they pair up, stopped to ask me if I was related to another white person he happened to know. I guess we all look alike to him. I'm not sure. Then about 10 minutes later, a police officer in his vehicle came within 2 or 3 feet of me as I was coming off the crosswalk onto the sidewalk. That officer got on his cell phone and began shadowing me too as I was walking away from the park on the sidewalk in front of City Hall. He maneuvered to go around me and get in front of me by going down the parkway. When I saw him do this, due to my previous experience with Forest Park Police, it scared me. Why was he following me? And why was he trying to cut me off in the park? I turned around and began jogging back towards the park on the sidewalk in front of City Hall. Remember, I've broken no laws. So why did the officer then activate his lights and siren and pull me over while jogging on the sidewalk? He too got out of his car and was ready to run after me. I asked him if I was being detained or arrested. He told me no. I told him he was free to go. At that time, another officer pulled in behind him. They continued to follow me in their vehicles on the phone until I got to Hines Ward. As that was happening, another patrol car drove by. I mean, you interrupted me several times.
And I
know
gave you your
wanted to-
time back, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
The adoption of tonight's agenda. Is there a motion to adopt tonight's agenda? That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right, thank you. Approval of the minutes. Has everyone had the opportunity to review the work session and regular meeting minutes from June 20th and our special call meetings from June 22nd and June 29th?
Yes, Madam Mayor, make a motion that we approve all the minutes from June 20th, 22nd, and 29th.
All right, that was Councilwoman James, a second by Councilman Gutierrez. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Old business, council approval of a request to reconsider the previous. Ooh.
Bless you.
This what happen when it get late.
That's a good time.
Council approval of request to reconsider the previous vote on the redistricting. And it needs Councilwoman James, Councilman Antoine, or Councilman Mears. I would need one of you three to. All right, thank you, Deacon Jones. Thank you for coming.
Finch. So Deacon Joe.
Okay, Mr. Finch, it was great for you to be here. Thank you. Okay, so I need either one of those three council persons to make the motion for this,
Make the motion to what?
to reconsider the vote on the redistricting.
Yeah, make the motion to redistrict.
All right, that was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second? That was Councilman Gutierrez. Any further discussion?
Yes. Well, are we, when we discuss the streets, like, are we gonna get into that? Do we have time to get into that, or how is that?
So the motion that is on the floor right now by Mayor Butler is simply for this item to be reconsidered. So subsequent to that, Mayor Butler will then call the item and we'll go through it. We can go street by street if you would like, Councilwoman. Well,
Could you send it in an email? You want to see it now?
No, I don't have to say, no, no. I just want us to understand what, because it still look unbalanced. If we're gonna do it, I just wanted to do it right and know exactly what we're doing.
So all 5 wards will be balanced out? Okay.
So, are you still open for questions? I mean,
Discussion, yeah.
discussion. So, I'm gonna vote not in favor of this only because, there is no time. And I mean, we see the map, but we haven't looked at the map. I mean, it does look like the lines are cleaner, but still, it's still it still seems a bit rushed to me. And of course, it's rushed because of Mr. Clark just getting the information. It should have already been to us, fair enough, but, opposition.
All right, thank you. I'll call for the vote. Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
I'd say yes.
Thank you. Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears? All right, thank you. The next item, council approval of the City of Forest Park
Madam
accident.
Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. Now that it on the table to be reconsidered, is there a motion to approve the redistricting? Right?
so, and if I could just
Clean
add
it
a
up.
little bit more information. You can adopt a motion to approve what was presented, what was prepared by the State Apportionment Office. Or if you needed more time to look at streets, you have, according to the calendar, you have about a week or so to finalize it. So that is sort of where you are. I think the map that was originally presented was clearly balanced, but if you need more time, that's the time frame you're dealing with.
So, for me, I'm just gonna put the vote out there to approve what was presented because that's just a week longer that we have to get the notices out to the residents. And I think just time is extremely of the essence here. But we still, the governing body can at their leisure look at the streets and the redistricting itself. And so I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve the redistricting as it was presented.
So move.
That was Councilman Antoine and second by Councilman Gutierrez. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
Right, yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
No.
Item, let's see, 14, council approval of the City of Forest Park Accident Review Committee. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move.
That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
Number 14.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. The last vote? what
It
was
did
the-
not pass.
Okay.
Yeah, and I want to be clear because I asked specifically so that we can all look at the lines and make sure everything, and so you took that out. So to just
It's-
approve
but
whatever it
al-
is they
but it
gave
was
to us?
already, we already went over it.
Okay.
I'll second the motion to approve the accident review committee.
Any further discussion?
Oh, man.
All right, Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Thank you. Yes,
Councilman
good job.
Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears? Council approval of the CDBG funds reallocation. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells? And Councilman Mears?
Yes.
Council approval of the revision to the personnel manual with respect to employee terminations. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells? And Councilman Mears?
Yes.
Council approval of the revised resignation and paid leave policy. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second? Councilman Gutierrez, any further discussions? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells? And Councilman Mears? Thank you. Council approval of request for the ratification of the purchase. Is that where you at? Yeah. Of Ford Interceptors. Is the,
Oh, sorry.
all right, is there a motion, Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
No, Councilman Antoine. Any further discussions? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's see. Council approval of the reorganization of the police department. Is there a motion to approve this item? That was Councilwoman James. Okay, and a second by Councilman Gutierrez. Any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like for City Manager Clark to get us an up-to-date organizational chart of all departments so we can kind of know where we are. And then I would also like the council kind of consider the deputy city manager position.
So we actually have, I believe, I don't see Miss Diane. I believe that as part of the budget, we worked on updating all of the org charts. We're gonna work with also LaBar to get them all uniform, but we will work to get that document to you. I'm not sure, I know we've made several changes, but I'm not sure to what magnitude. Or when was the last time the council has seen it, so we'll get that over to you.
Department and go over the meetings for the budget review and update the org charts. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the vote, Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one was that? Was that the employee referral? Which one was that?
For reorganization.
Oh, okay. Council approval of the Forest Park Fire Department Employee Referral Program.
So move.
Councilman Antoine.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilwoman James. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of the Forest Park Fire Department sign-on bonus. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That's Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilman Antoine,
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Closing comments, Councilwoman James.
Thank you. It was a long night. Thursday is the ward meeting. We'll be at Senior Center instead of 696. Come on out, 5 o'clock, and you all have a great evening.
Same thing. God bless you all. Have drive safe. Know that booze Antoine what? Loves you guys.
Sir.
I'm done, y'all. I thank you for this birthday weekend ending. It was my birthday, Friday, turned 37. We had an amazing time at Food Truck Friday, amazing time at Bingo Night. Make sure y'all are coming out to Bingo Night. And the back to school bash also was a success. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just dead. thank you very much for coming. Please reach out if you have any questions, and be safe, please.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yeah, I have a few things. So one, and she's gone, she's been here all night. I just wanted to say to Miss Felicia Davis, thank you for everything that you do. Like, that's really a hard working woman, the little soft-spoken, short haircut lady. She received a grant from HBCU Green Fund of $1 million from the Bezos Earth Fund announced today in the AGC. So I just wanted to tell her thank you for everything that she does and everything that she brings to our community. And two, I'm just gonna say, as elected officials, like I'm up here, I don't go alone to get along. I'm one of the realest people and honest and transparent people that you will ever meet. But one thing I don't like is for us to disrespect our residents, because I don't care how I feel about you personally. I may not want to hear what you got to say, but I got to hear it because it's my job to hear it. So I just think that's something we need to pay attention to, how we react and respond to the people that's getting up, voicing their opinions because they can. I just want to say that. And as far as the redistricting, I guess my vote let y'all know that I don't either way. As long as I do my job, the people are gonna vote. As long as they do their job, the people are gonna vote. But I'm a voice for my residents. And the only reason I wanted to look more into the lines is because my residents requested that we do so. So to have that taken out, didn't make sense to me. So that's why I didn't vote, because I already have people texting my phone. I don't have to explain my vote, but I will, because the residents had questions. And if I work for them, then I aim to answer them questions. And if I can't answer them questions, it makes it seem like I'm not doing my job. So that me voting for that and not doing what they asked me to do, I wouldn't have been doing my job. So that's why I voted the way that I voted. And as far as the developer, he's going to, I want to say something to him. You can't feel like as a developer, you can come up in Forest Park and run anything. Cause yeah, we need the development, but you're not gonna come in here and disrespect our residents, because at the end of the day, they are here now and we serve them. So I just thought that was a little distasteful to want to build in our community and then come and disrespect our residents. So yeah, I wanted to say that to him, but he left. Also, Fun Friday. I'm looking forward to it. The community is looking forward to it. We have a nice band, Red Sample, who will be out. That's from 7 to 11 on Friday. And then that Saturday, we have a huge back to school bash, getting with some of the young men in the community that grew up here just as myself, that are giving out 300 to 400 uniforms, school supplies. We're gonna have a good time. We had a bouncy house out there for the kids, and I hear that fire and PD will be coming out to volunteer as well. And these are the types of things that I'm about, just giving to my community, bringing the community together, being one Forest Park. I'm trying. Being one Forest Park. So if you haven't been to a Fun Friday or been to a back to school event, come out and see the residents, and now the employees enjoy themselves at a Fun Friday. And that's what we do it for, to bring the community together. So thank you everyone for being patient with us. Everyone online, the people texting me why I did that and why I did, that's why. And thank you. Have a good night.
Councilman Mears.
Yeah. Well, my man's already left. I've got a thing going where I recognize the oldest participating citizen in Forest Park that attends the meetings, and it was, he had to go to bed, so he had to leave. And I just wanted everybody to know that Willie was here. Thank you.
All right, I do want to thank everyone for coming out, and I'm asking the governing body to bear with me a little longer because I do have an executive session item I would like to discuss. But I do want to say, as it pertains to the redistricting, nothing was removed. What Mike was presenting was that we essentially wait another week to have everyone look at everything, which in my opinion would have just prolonged another week of getting this out to the residents. And so absolutely nothing had changed. It was exactly what was presented at our special call meeting, but it was just since everyone had seen it, and then Mr. Clark was sending out the streets in the email. And so it was just in a manner in which to expedite the process, but the governing body has voted and it is their desire. And so I'm going to ask for a motion to recess this meeting and go into executive session for personnel, litigation, and real estate matters. Councilwoman James, there a second. That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor? All right, thank you. there a motion to adjourn the executive session and reconvene into our regular meeting? Councilwoman James and second by Councilman Gutierrez. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion to reconsider the redistricting?
So move.
That's Councilman Wells. Is there a second? That's Councilman Gutierrez. Any further discussion? Woman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine? Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
So,
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
so move.
That's
Wait.
You just reconsidered.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we got the vote on.
And make
You
a
make the
motion that we
motion.
approve the redistrict.
okay. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
Approve the map.
To approve. Councilman Gutierrez? Councilman.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilman Mears?
Oh.
All right, the motion to adjourn.
So move.
All right, good night.
Good.